imprint from a piece of slate to create that foam liner detail. It's looking really good. Finally, we've got the rock crew back on site, so all that ashlar pattern rose flagstone is going on the bridge piers. So we're going to see a lot of progress with that. They were loading all the stone yesterday. And finally, we've taken our 4 entry monument signs. They have gone to the fabricator to confirm details, gone through our city staff. They're looking good too. And then we're working on the last elements of the banners, lighting, and monuments that you can see right there. Those are the package that we're working on finishing within the next, really 3 months. We'll have those done. And I thought it would be interesting, you know, with our contribution of $3 million, the county's contribution for $3 million, we went back and I spoke with Terry Parch about this. We have about 1,700 hours last year for city staff. We had about 700 hours in the DDA working on the Grand Avenue Bridge, and I think it's always good to reflect on how we're spending our time and what our product is, so that's a little snippet for you. Thank you.
Thanks, Leslie.
Thanks, Leslie. That's exciting to see those details starting to show up.
Yeah.
That was a
Boy,
lot
isn't it?
That was a lot of work.
And it looks so good. All right.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak to us about something not on this evening's agenda? All right, seeing none, we'll move on. Agenda changes, we've taken item 17D off of the consent agenda and it will be heard separately. So at this point, I'll go on to the consent agenda with the exception of item 17D.
Do you want to do council comments?
Oh, well, how about that?
I don't have anything to say,
All right,
which might be surprising.
Yeah, can I just throw something in
Sure.
really quickly? We are accepting some applications for our boards and commissions, and I would urge people to look and to see if there's something of interest and to apply, because we need you.
thanks, Kathy. Any other council comments? All right, now we'll move on to the consent agenda with the exception of item 17D. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Leo and a second by Stephen to approve the consent agenda, items 17A, B, C, and E. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, 17D is the award of a contract for transit operations plan. The only reason we hold this off the consent agenda is so we could get a brief presentation by Tanya, if she's here somewhere. Okay.
Sorry, we can hardly get in. Okay, so we're ready for the. So as I think you may know, we issued an RFQ for a transit operations plan update for Ride Glenwood Springs in November. This was based on a grant that we actually received, and I think it was fiscal year 2014 from CDOT, an FTA 5304 planning grant to update our operations plan for Ride Glenwood Springs. It took us a little while to get the RFP out, but we got it out, and we received 2 proposals. Both proposals were qualified proposals, but we found one really stood out to the committee, and we would like to go ahead and award the contract to this particular vendor. The vendor is IBI, and I believe you have a copy of their proposal. The proposal price was $49,999.98, which was a little bit over what we had initially budgeted, but we were able to find some money elsewhere within the bus budget that we could shift over that would cover this difference.
All right.
Got any questions about the
Questions for
proposal
Tanya?
or the vendor? Or
No questions, just, can you explain, just really briefly, what this will provide?
Sure. It'll do a couple of things for us. One is it will assess what we've done in the past 5 years. We had our most recent transit operations plan update was 2010, and that was intended to cover the period from 2010 to 2015. It included some recommendations that we should implement, many of which have been implemented, some have not. So first, it'll kind of look back at what we've done, what we said we were going to do, what we've done, and how effective it's been. It will also assess the current effectiveness of the system, its needs, and it's serving the community's needs, and then kind of look forward and try and anticipate what kind of changes we're going to see moving ahead in the next 5 years, and how the system could be either improved in smaller ways or fundamentally restructured to serve the needs moving forward. We have experienced some pretty significant changes since the last update. The last update did anticipate things like the arrival of BRT into the valley, but it could not evaluate them because they weren't there yet. So this will really give us an opportunity to look at, okay, how is this service working in this new context, and what can we do to really make it better?
Great, thank you.
I have a question. Will they be coordinating this evaluation at all with any changes RAFTA might be considering?
Yeah, we plan to work closely with RAFTA through this process. Actually, 2 of the evaluators on the committee were RAFTA's planning staff. And RAFTA is, as I believe you know as well, currently undergoing its own long-term strategic planning process. They have a lot of information from that would feed into this consultant process as well.
And then this probably goes without saying, but I'm assuming that the future Grand Avenue Bridge will be incorporated into the plan. Will it be possible to incorporate any other potential future links? In other words, maybe it's not appropriate, but for example, if the Midland-Devereaux Bridge were to show up in the next 5 years, that would probably have a pretty big impact on routing we might want to consider for our transit operations. Is it possible in this analysis that they could contemplate a scenario where that is in place?
I think we certainly could. One of the things that they'll be doing as part of the initial review is looking at our other transportation plans we have in place and how transit fits into those. And I know we do include the Midland-Devereaux Bridge connection in the long-range transportation plan. So they will look at that as a potential, they can very well look at that as a potential scenario.
Okay.
I thought you were going to say 2 years, not 5 years.
Well, I'm trying to be, I just said within the next 5 years.
Okay, all right.
All right. Any other questions for Tanya? All right. Thanks, Tanya. All right. So is there anyone from the public who would like to comment on this item? Okay. I thought you were all here for this. No? So bring it back to council for a motion and/or a discussion.
I move to award the contract for the transit operations plan as stated in this evening's agenda.
I second that.
All right, we have a motion by Leo and a second by Kathy to award the contract for the transit operations plan. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, next item on the agenda is the Frontier Historical Society Annual Report. I think I saw Bill Kite here. All right.
What I get for talking.
Yeah. Hi, Bill.
How are you doing
Good.
today? Thank you, council members, city clerk, and city manager, and city lawyer, and the public. Those of you who don't know me, my name is Bill Kite, and as soon as we get this thing to work here, there are a lot of new things going on here in the department of the museum in Glenwood Springs. And as soon as I get the slideshow started here, and this is the first thing, is the logo. This is our new branding. If you notice there, everything's kind of pointing to the right, and the young lady's pointing to the right because we're not looking at the past here, we're looking at the future. And in case you don't know much about me, I spent 35 years, about 35, 38 years, I lost track there after 30, with the government as an archaeologist, as a heritage resource manager, as a ranger up in Aspen Sopris for a while, and then also as the public affairs officer for the White River National Forest.
Bill, could
Yes.
you please direct your comments to us.
Okay, we'll be
Thanks.
glad to do that.
And I think for the record, you do need to speak into the microphone.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay, thanks.
I don't mind at all. What I'm here today for is to give you the annual report from the Historical Society. And we had a lot of new things in 2016 that happened. The logo, as I just mentioned, I've been the executive director for only 6 months, and so a lot of changes are taking place, and there are a lot of new changes that we plan on implementing. We have some new partners, True Media Foundation, which I'll mention after the brief slideshow, and I'll show a 2-minute video in the partnership we have with them. Roaring Fork Events, we've been partnering with them and hope to sponsor their fermentation festival, Wild West Fermentation Festival this summer, help with that. And then the Glenwood Garden Club has put in an herb garden at our museum in the back of it, which the neighbors are quite happy with. We also have a new sign that was put up this year. So a lot of things have happened since we've been before you a few months ago. We have some new board members. I'd like to introduce the more board members that are here. Rob Anderson, if you would. Sharon Heller. Ann Maggard. And Lacey King is going to be a new board member. I don't think she's kin to you, is she, King? Okay. And we have a visioning plan that we would like to invite the public to if they take the survey that we have. That's the URL for the survey. And we plan on having that at the Loft at the Hotel Denver, February 22nd, from 11 to 1 o'clock, and also from 5 to 7 to catch people at noon that can make it and people after work. And we do have the board members that you saw earlier. We'll be passing out the little cards if you'd like them, so you can take that survey. It won't take long to do so, and then we'll have the survey results at that meeting, have some refreshments and food, and hopefully we'll get the input from the public on what they'd like to see our future look like. We have a new website that we're working on, and that's in the stages of being done at this point. It's not ready yet. Our 2016 at a glance, we had a lot of museum visitors. We are looking for a new location and hope to multiply that by about 10 times over. And as a result, we have a lot of volunteer hours that will be duplicated with docents and docents, rather, and they will be in period piece costume once we get a new facility, which will help people realize that history is alive and well. We had a ghost walk attendance of almost 700 people, put in 358 hours into that project. That's a success. We're going on our 18th year this year, as a matter of fact. And hidden history tours are real popular. They were discontinued once the construction on the bridge really was going full steam downtown, but we plan on starting those back up. Genealogy Club is really popular. And we have children's education, both at the museum and at schools. And then a lot of archival researchers come to the museum. The members of the public are welcome to come to the museum as well. And so that's a pretty accurate reflection of what happened. And of course, as you'll see in the 2-minute video, sometimes very young people have very lasting impressions when they go to a museum. This is a kindergarten class. I got the privilege of giving them the tour last week because one of our staff members usually does that, was sick. And I'll tell you a little story about that. One of the kindergartners told her dad, "You've got to come to the museum, but when you do, I'm going to take you around and show you everything." So you're not too young to enjoy the museum. This is our percentage of where our funding comes from. If you'll notice, 50% comes from the city. And the rest of it there, the Ghost Walk, is about 12%, which is our biggest fundraiser. And then the other items there, Glenapalooza we helped with this year. We're hoping to get some grants again this year, and that's important. The books in the store and the photos are other items that we have that bring money to us. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and show you the video. The reason I'm showing the video is we have the partnership with True Media Foundation involves something that I did because a good friend and someone that's been a real asset to this community, Fred Haberline, had cancer, 4-stage esophageal cancer. And I thought to myself, we haven't recorded Fred and what he's done to this community or around the state. He's done 138 murals. And as a result, I panicked and I told Chris, let's film Fred. So here's that 2-minute video.
Public art does a whole lot of good. It reminds people about what's best about where they live, and it keeps that sense of local identity, that sense of community identity, and makes people proud of where they live. And they say, wow, we live in a great place, and people take photographs in front of it, becomes a postcard for the town, you know, bike tours pose in front of them, things like that. And so it does a huge amount of good. What turned me into a mural painter mostly was looking at the dioramas in the Natural History Museum in Denver, and I wanted to be able to do paintings like that, you know, where it looked like ice and the Arctic going on, or jungle. I saw a painting when I was a little kid by Maynard Dixon called Ghost Riders in the Sky, which was in a post office in Texas. And it was one of the coolest paintings I ever saw, with these ghost riders and these skeleton cows coming through the, you know, lightning and thunder in the clouds. And I remember it had a huge effect on me seeing that painting. So I always liked painting big. Out of 138 pieces of public art, one of the privileges of it is being in this catalytic position where people come up to me and they say, gosh, I'm glad you're doing this. It's so nice to see a change. I always thought we could, and then they have some idea about their town or something they could do in their community. So I'm always in this position to say, well, what would it take? Who do you have to talk to? How much money would you have to raise? Look, it only takes me a couple of weeks to do this, and it lasts for 80, 100 years and does good every day.
Okay, the reason this is important is this is how Chris and I in a partnership are going to start raising funds for the museum. There are people in this town who need to be recorded before they pass on. Bob Young's Alpine Bank contribution, not just to this town, but to Colorado. Floyd Demos. There are other people that really we need to film, and we can do it this way professionally, and it'll look good. It'll make us money, it will preserve that history, we'll be the archive for this type of history preservation. So we're trying every way we can to bring money into that museum. We're meeting with Garfield County to establish a historic district for all of Garfield County. So I just wanted to let you know that we're not looking to the past, we're looking to the future of what we can do in this community, and especially we're excited about the possibilities along 6th Street. So thank you very much. Any questions from any council
Thanks,
members?
Bill. Anyone have any questions?
I really like the idea of recording some of those folks' history, because
Absolutely.
yeah, once it's too late, it's too late. And-
Right, no, I wish we had it, so.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Bill. All right, next on the agenda is, oh, sorry. Oh, actually, she is the next on the agenda.
I thought we were getting more.
Next on the agenda is the presentation by the Glen Springs Center for the Arts with their annual report.
Yes. Hi, everyone. It's so great to see you again. It's been a little while. I am Christina Brusig, the Executive Director of the Glenwood Springs Center for the Arts, and I am joined by a few of my board members here tonight. If you are on the board of the Center for the Arts, if you could please stand. We have Anais Liston, Rita Wagner, Kate McGrath, and also my Assistant Director, Bree Carmer, is here today with us. And John Quinn. We're almost all here. And I do believe you have an actual physical copy of our annual report in front of you. All right. So We will be addressing our mission and vision, our impact, art education, community events, art exhibitions, community support, goals and accomplishments, financial health, our 2017 goals, and our closing and contact information. And I am not going to read every single bit of this because this is 18 pages long and it's a full-blown annual report. But our mission at the Center for the Arts is to provide opportunities to create and enjoy the arts. We do it by offering the most well-rounded and progressive artistic programming and community events on the western slope of Colorado. Glenwood Springs Center for the Arts is a special place filled with creativity, laughter, and collaboration. We recently helped Glenwood Springs win the most vibrant art community in the country in the national study by Southern Methodist University on vibrant art communities around the nation. And this is in regards to communities of 1 million or less. We even beat out Santa Fe, New Mexico, you guys. That's pretty incredible. Our vision is to meet the needs of our community with art as the answer. And that matters to us. We exist to meet the needs of our growing and changing community. We believe that art enhances life, inspires people, and ultimately helps to develop the potential of our community. Some examples of this are when the RE2 school district switched from a 5-day school week to a 4-day school week, we created a 5th-day cultural program for students in need and parents in need at that time. When the Summer of Jazz series came to an end, we didn't skip a beat. We created the Summer of Music series. Now in its 7th season, it has become Glenwood Springs' most favorite community celebration. We had a major impact this year, more than we could have ever foresaw. We served 28,000 people in 2016. 14,000 of those attended the Summer of Music series. Over 9,000 people experienced our collaborative events. 3,200 people visited our art center. 800 students were educated through our vast outreach programs. 300 students were educated through programs at the Center for the Arts. 90 businesses and counting have sponsored our various initiatives. 120 artists exhibited in our gallery and 65 in our gift shop. We created 45 new collaborative partners, and we were able to issue 40 scholarships to families in need. It's a lot. We do a lot, you guys. And what do we really do? We have 3 primary focus areas. We are the Arts Education Center of Glenwood Springs. Dance, music, pottery, visual arts, and silversmithing classes fill our roster. Classes for all ages and skill levels. We are also home to 3 youth dance companies and an award-winning competitive dance team. We are Glenwood's premier event production resource. Events like the Summer of Music series, Dancers Dancing, Winterfest, the Wild West Fermentation Fest, and the Culinary Arts Wine and Brew Fest are a few of the events we produce on an annual basis. And then our third focus area is art exhibitions. We host 8 rotating exhibitions in our gallery annually, providing a place for both emerging and professional artists to display and sell works of art. We also host the Two Rivers Public Art Project, which is our outdoor exhibition in Glenwood Springs that helps to beautify the landscape of Glenwood with sculptures and murals. Sorry, this one is a little fuzzy, but this is in regards to art education. We are currently offering 58 classes on our roster and 7 full-blown outreach programs at Two Rivers Community School, Glenwood Springs Library, Sopris Elementary, Glenwood Springs Elementary, and Glenwood Springs High School. We also host private lessons, group lessons, special classes, workshops, birthday parties, and corporate enrichment events at the center. Throughout the summer, we will reach 90 classes total offered through the center in any annual given year. Here's just some cute things that we do. Look at our voice and piano classes, a look at our extremely award-winning competitive dance team, our guitar classes, our cuties who dance and dancers dancing, a look at one of our collaborations with Youth Entity at Lemonade Days, where we taught them how to be good businessmen and women. This is also another look at some art students learning the culture of Hawaii in a summer camp, admiring their work, making functional pieces of pottery on the wheel, silversmithing, performing for libraries all over the area, and then making prayer flags after the art center flooded. Moving on to community events, we typically produce anywhere from 25 to 36 community events a year. This year, we produced 27 community events. And this is just a glimpse at some of what we do. Winterpalooza, the Wild West Fermentation Fest, the 4th of July face painting at Two Rivers Park, Hotel Colorado tree lighting, performing for our community, the, of course, Summer of Music with the nice Alpine Bank volunteers there featured in the picture. And then our two largest events, which would be Dancers Dancing, which is now in its 25th year. We will be celebrating our annual alumni event this year, as well as the Summer of Music series, which I know you're all very familiar with. And last, this is a glance at our art exhibitions. You can see some of the public murals that we have painted, as well as some sculpture. You can see a look into our 6x6 exhibition, which is coming up next in February, our annual Battle of the Walls High School Art Showcase, and what we just finished, which was our Winterfest Arts and Craft Show. We had an outpouring of community support, and you guys know all about it because you were some of our biggest supporters during this troubling time. And so we could not leave out of the annual report the fact that we definitely went through a struggle that we could have never foreseen. But through that, we created a partnership that has been invaluable to the success of the Art Center, and that is with the Masons at the Masonic Temple. So quickly, in 2016, we had 7 primary goals. They were to enhance and increase our donor and sponsor relationships and to grow by $10,000, to increase our earned income sources and grow that by $12,000, to grow our art education programs through outreach, collaboration, and performance exposure, and to grow those program offerings by 8%. We wanted to improve our art gallery and the quality of exhibits we showcase in-house and throughout the community. And we wanted to maintain and improve the quality of our events. We wanted and did improve our internal practices and procedures. And then our primary goal by 2016 was to revise the following policies. And I'm proud to say that for the most part, we have really gotten there. We were able to develop a more comprehensive volunteer program through all of the events that we added and the need for help there. We were able to create a handbook for board members outlining responsibilities when we redid our bylaws at the end of 2015. We have continued to work on better communication between the board, staff, and instructors, and continue to offer opportunities for our staff. We are still working on systems for recruiting, utilizing, thanking staff, volunteers, and donors, and we are still trying to develop a mechanism for regular market research and analysis. And this is Noemi, the day we got back into the Art Center. She's the woman who paints this town, and she was the happiest lady in Glenwood that day, I'll tell you guys what. And isn't it beautiful? Oh, I know. All right, so this is the big one. This is the big one. This is what we actually did accomplish in 2016. We increased community support, and it was our most major triumph. We grew from reaching 18,000 people annually to 28,000 people. Our education programs, community events, and art exhibitions were well attended and well received. Through our collaborations and the help of our weekly newspaper column, which, by the way, is out every Friday, pick up a paper tomorrow, our reach was expanded by nearly 10,000 patrons. 1,300 people signed a support petition attempting to help us move to the former library, but more importantly, advocating for the importance of the arts in our community. We closed our Annex Yoga location in June and began the new relationship with the Masonic Lodge, and we are still partnering with them to this day, and it is our second home. Our newest stream of earned income comes from rental income as we host weddings, receptions, and events in our gallery. The Summer of Music and Culinary Arts Wine and Brew Fest had the largest number of attendees in history. We made it possible for a new event, which was the Wild West Fermentation Fest, to happen at all in Glenwood Springs. We were fundamental in planning the July 4th celebration at Two Rivers Park. We won extremely competitive grants like the Bessie Minor Swift Grant. This grant is normally awarded to only 4% of art organizations in the country, and we were a recipient. Nearly 3,000 people voted for us in the Wealth is About grant contest, naming us the winner of that grant. The contest named basically the Roaring Fork Valley's most favorite nonprofit. New businesses donated items to us, and nearly 30% of our existing sponsors doubled their contributions. Our competitive dance team put Glenwood Springs on the map, naming us the #1 dance studio on the western slope of Colorado. We helped to plan Colorado Creative Industries Summit in Carbondale, allowing us to collaborate with CCAH and the new Carbondale Creative District to give us a feel for how that might be someday for us. Our education programs thrived as we added new teachers and offerings to our roster. And although we lost $23,000 of potential income because of our flood, we still ended the year with a positive $53,000 net income. If you switch to the next page, this is a very collapsed profit and loss, showing where money is coming in and where it is going out, leaving us with a $53,000 net income. This was prepared by Christine Wood at Balance Bookkeeping and Payroll, and all of her contact information is on there if you would like to get more information about these reports. The next is our balance sheet as of December 31st, with a total liabilities and equity of $383,042. And last but not least, these are our goals for 2017. It is our goal to begin growing financial reserves with the intention of growing by $25,000 in 2017 and an additional $25,000 in 2018. We will handle this in a variety of ways: cost control programs in place for our earned income programs, the development of new cash flow projections, the creation of a fundamental art center ambassador program, which will serve as the fundraising group for the center. It is our goal to raise an additional $50,000 in 2017 through the work of this ambassador program. We plan to use this new income as the foundation upon which we will begin to build our reserve. We want to continue to market and evaluate our donor campaign with the goal of reaching 4 new donors per month. We want to increase submitted grant applications by 10% per year, reaching 30 total grant entities and/or foundations for support. We are next going to formally restructure our admin duties, our policies, and our procedures to be more efficient with time management in order to facilitate our financial goals. We want to streamline the workload through the development of a board-driven volunteer program, and we wish to lower our overhead expenses by utilizing these strong volunteers to help with administrative duties. Next, we want to keep marketing our successful earned income programs and events and create committees to evaluate the success of each. We want to expand marketing to include all social media outlets, and this will also be facilitated by our group of administrative volunteers. Next, and this is something we are working on every day, is our board development. We want to continue to develop and train our board of directors to help us become more visible in the community and to help us meet our financial goals. We are in a period of great transition with the board right now, and I would love to invite you to our annual appreciation gala on the 27th, where we will install our new board members and talk about the future of the Center for the Arts. And then last but not least, we wish to continue to research building options that would allow the Center for the Arts to exist in one building versus 2 buildings. We believe that if we could operate in one location, our overhead expenses would be less, our ability to manage and maintain spaces would be greater, and our overall community presence would expand. We will look for direction from the City of Glenwood Springs to begin a donor campaign and capital campaign if we, in fact, have the ability to move in 2017 or at a later date. And that is all I have for you. Thank you so much for your support, and we absolutely love providing opportunities to create and enjoy the arts.
Thanks, Christina.
Thank you so much.
Good job.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Represent the community.
And I have some other documents for you guys that you requested, so I'm just going to give them to Deborah and Carl, and they can distribute them to you as necessary. And thank you so much for everything.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right, moving on to a subject that I'm not sure anyone here is interested in. We'll be discussing the recycling center. Yeah, any extra seats we have in the back, we could do a couple more rows.
Okay, I'm sorry. No, live on the access channel now. Steph would know for sure. I mean, just the attorney. Carl. Yeah, it's okay. We all like the same kind of sounds. That one. I just, you know, more generic. Right, well, you just kind of handle yourself the same way. I actually have a personality. Yeah, I actually have a personality.
Please come to order here, and there's a whole row of seats up in the front. So if you're standing on the side or you're out in the hallway, you want to come in, at least we have 4 or 5 more seats up front here. I'd like to get everyone in here. All right, thanks. We're here to discuss the recycling center, and I think we have a presentation by our city manager.
Yeah, I just wanted to take us through the history of how we got here and then options we may have for relocating the center. In September of 2015, there was a land swap with the Roaring Fork School District, which was approved by voters. This included the land which the recycling center is currently located. June 2nd, 2016 and September 15th, 2016, city council work sessions were held to determine the location of the recycling center. The Glenwood Springs landfill was determined at that time to be the most cost-effective solution. March 1st, 2017 is the date that we're looking at when we will no longer be able to operate the recycling center where it is located today. Okay, just kind of updating you on our financial situation. The recycling center is in our landfill budget. For the 2017 budget, we projected $1 million deficit for the landfill. Recycling is about 10% of that deficit, or about $100,000. The estimated cost to relocate the facility was about $72,000. So just kind of an overview. We are going to we're going to look in 2017 for how we need to make the landfill no longer lose $1 million a year. We recognize that this is a problem, and this is just one small piece of the problem. There are recycling benefits. When we recycle, we expand the life of our existing landfill. Landfills do not have infinite life, so that's something we should take into consideration. It increases our community pride, and I think we can clearly say it's a beloved community amenity, without a doubt. Just looking at what we need for a recycling center. 80 feet by 120. They have to be fenced, otherwise there will be instances of illegal dumping. Other communities have them open, they just kind of become trash dumps, honestly. We need a little office space and we need a bathroom because when it is open, it has to stay manned. So kind of all the things we need, and therefore why it's not necessarily easy just to kind of tuck it in a corner. We looked at some sites. We looked at the airport and also kind of the city boneyard. Pro of that is we own the land already. We feel it may lead to increased illegal dumping in that area, even if we have it fenced, because it's already an issue out there. So kind of having the recycling center out there would just kind of encourage more of that. Along with that could come issues with birds, which would be problematic by our airport. Really, one of the biggest issues would be sending increased traffic on Midland. It's about 160 cars a day, and we've already declared a moratorium in that area. So we feel, putting it down there is not a good idea for the neighborhood, for the road, for, the 27th Street roundabout. So we kind of crossed that off as a possibility. The wastewater treatment facility. It's also on city-owned land. The problem with that is Homeland Security guidelines require wastewater treatment facilities and water treatment facilities to be secure, and it's not a good idea to invite the public in there. Lots of places have them totally locked down, so you can't really have the public up there. We looked at the Devereaux site. Once again, it's city-owned land. We decided against it because it's not the best use for riverfront property. We looked at expanding services at the landfill, also city-owned land. It's already an existing site for recycling. We already do some there already, so it was easy to just say, let's just expand it. We realize it's not a centralized location, and it will be hard for some residents to access. For West Glenwood residents, it may be easier than other places in town, but for South Glenwood residents, it would not be. Recycling costs and patterns. Collecting, transporting, and processing recyclables costs twice as much as just disposing them in a landfill. Not that that's what we want to do, but that is the economic reality. The Glenwood Springs Recycling Center accepts all residential and commercial recycling, regardless of whether you're a resident or a business, for free. So we don't check to see where you're from, we just accept recycling. So the impact of how expensive it is to recycle, combined with a total lack of determining who is using it, has added to our expenses, especially as other recycling centers have closed down in the valley. Glenwood Springs does use some recycling for our landfill operations. We do need cardboard. It does make our landfill operations easier. All of our other materials are sorted and shipped to the Eagle County sorting facility, which is about 45 miles away. And then the question comes up, well, where does it go from there? In really good economic times when everybody needs materials, newspapers travel about 1,400 miles away, glass about 170 miles away, steel cans over 1,000 miles away, plastic water bottles 1,700 miles away, aluminum 1,400 miles away, and cardboard that we don't use 800 miles away. If the economy is not really booming, most of it's going on a ship and going to China. So while recycling does reduce the amount of space in our landfill or increase the amount of space we have in our landfill, it's not exactly shrinking our carbon footprint. Municipal recycling options in our area. This has really changed, I think, in the last couple of years as the price of recycling has gone up. Aspen, Pitkin County stopped running their facility in 2014 because there was a $350,000 deficit. Waste Management currently runs the Rio Grande location for Pitkin County residents only. There is no attendant. They have curbside service. Basalt closed the city facility in 2014. Currently Waste Management, there's a waste management transfer station at Willits Lane and Park Avenue, but it's not funded past 2017. It's closed on the weekends. They also have curbside service. Carbondale has curbside service. Newcastle, curbside service. Garfield County, the This is a Garfield County drop-off for county residents on Highway 6 between Rifle and West Rifle. It's outside of the core of Rifle. There is no attendant. The city has curbside service, salt curbside service, and parachute curbside service. So as you can see, cities have gotten out of the downtown recycling patterns, and most cities are only offering curbside service. We went ahead and talked to our main curbside recycling services. They all do accept recycling. You do have to pay for it, and that is the difference. With VIP services, it's about $3 a month. Waste management, it's $7.50 a month. And mountain waste and recycling, it's $15 a month. So I think we have a couple of other ones, but these are our main recyclers. And they do take pretty much everything that we do. You know, options looking forward. I know a lot of people have talked about us temporarily relocating the recycling center to the Compliments area, our riverfront property. You know, this would allow us to continue the service potentially in a more convenient location. Every bit of land we use is land we cannot redevelop or build for housing. We are extremely landlocked. We just don't have a lot of land. The redevelopment of the Confluent has been a high priority for the community for 20+ years. We built a $33 million wastewater treatment facility so we could redevelop the Confluence. It's just not the best use for riverfront property that we want to redevelop. Moving it to the airport, we can continue to allow this service. It will cause increased traffic. We believe it will increase illegal dumping, and then there are problems with burps. You know, options to think about. We have heard that there is interest potentially with Safeway or Walmart in using their parking lot. I've reached out to both Safeway and Walmart. It hasn't gone beyond the local level. Both places have said, yes, let's talk to corporate. Talking to corporate will take a while, and I can't promise you in the end that they will say yes. There are all sorts of legal considerations for them. We don't know how much they would want to charge us, if they would want to charge us. So I'm more than happy to continue these conversations, but it won't be solved by March 1st. That's kind of, Robin, before he left, kind of drew up what it would look like on a Safeway parking lot. We kind of put it in the back. So you can see it would fit. You know, in the end, I don't know if that's a business model that will really work for them, but I've started the conversations. And of course, we have the option still on the table of relocating the center to the landfill. This will allow us to continue the service. No matter what, I'm going to come back and recommend that we begin to charge for this service, no matter where we put it. Our landfill can't lose $1 million a year because we will run out of money quickly. You guys have any questions?
Thanks, Deborah. Any questions for Deborah at this point?
I'd heard about the Walmart and the Safeway site. I mean, it sounds promising, but obviously the proof is going to be in the details when it hits the higher ups and whether or not they want that liability. And, you know, generally a tri-service operating in their parking lot. And I mean, I guess I'm not super optimistic, although I think they're great locations. I just understand what happens usually when it gets to that level. Have you heard of anybody else coming up with any other sites? I mean, we obviously see the passion for recycling in this town, and that's understood. It's a tough site to find. I mean, we've been asking for months. And
Yeah. Those are the two sites that I heard of that seemed plausible, just because it needs to be a big enough space. Like, we can't just have a little tiny corner tucked away to have this. It needs to be of some significant size. I think it needs to be well lit. So those are the two additional ones that I was exploring.
do you know what kind of, Robin mentioned the other day that it takes equipment to run these facilities. Do you know, is it a front-end loader, or what type of equipment has to get in and out of these sites? And I don't need to get too.
It's just a roll It's just the truck.
Just the roll-off machine, okay, the big roll-off trucks.
Sometimes they have a pup trailer as well.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
I-
Any
I
other
have-
questions?
I
Joe?
actually
Go ahead, Kathy.
had one, and if I can remember what it was. I can't remember, never mind. I'll think of it later.
Leo, did you have a question?
No, I have comments, obviously, but I'll wait till we open it up and.
Well, I left a voicemail with Deborah earlier today. Something I mentioned that I thought may be worth exploring is we already have a solution with private entities collecting recycling materials, and they handle it through their own waste streams and all of that. Costs us, we know, about $100,000 a year to run this service. Would it be worth exploring what some sort of subsidy by us for some amount of time would be? Should we get these providers to provide the service to our community at no additional cost?
Are you talking about the curbside service?
Yeah, that way we get out of the business of providing the service and put it in private hands, and we still have a service for our community for them to enjoy.
My thought is it's worth exploring, but my concern is there's already a number of people that are paying for curbside. And so all of a sudden,
How's it?
yeah, they're gonna be saying, well, gee, why don't you pay for my curbside now that I've been paying for the last 10 years or whatever.
I think you would basically offer a subsidy for everybody. I mean, there's some weird numbers on there, and I don't know if you do it for 81601 residents or just Glenwood Spring residents. But it's, it is a way to continue to provide the service at the same cost that we've been used to providing. It should satisfy the needs of the community without having to find another place for it and staff it and all that kind of stuff. So it's an idea, and I don't know if the costs make any sense, but if you have a couple thousand max households in town here, I would imagine provide service, it may make sense if you can do it for a few dollars a month. Something worth exploring.
Yeah, I think that's a possibility, and I think that in any case, and I'll open up to public comment here in just a minute, but we're going to continue looking at options. We'll continue discussing it with Safeway and Walmart, looking at any other alternatives. Maybe there's someplace that's in unincorporated Garfield County, but not 4 miles out of town at the landfill. Another consideration we may want to think about is maybe we build the facility at the landfill anyway, even if we try to find another site in town, just from the standpoint that the landfill site can be there forever. We own the landfill, we can operate it forever. As long as we want to collect recyclables, that can still be a site. Perhaps there's a satellite site somewhere else that is more convenient for people if we can find one. And but the only known we have right now is the landfill. So
I was going to recommend that even if you guys direct us to look at different options, that we go ahead and build that out, because no option will pan out in 40 days.
Right.
Since you've asked Safeway and Walmart, have you reached out to the Glenwood Springs Mall? Or the Meadows?
The mall, I know ahead of time would not work. I was going to talk to the Meadows.
Yeah, we've had discussions with the mall owner about potential parking during the Grand Avenue Bridge detour, and we're not well received.
Yeah.
So.
And the Meadows I'm more than happy to ask. It might be challenging because I don't know if it fits what they're trying to portray.
Mike, I remembered what I wanted to ask.
Go ahead.
Speak up a little bit? Sure.
Is there any way
Okay.
you can turn up the microphone?
Okay.
Turn up the microphones a little bit.
That would help. I will speak up.
We
Deborah,
are using them, they're right in front of us.
Deborah, have we looked at, is there any possibility for the MOC? Anything out there, or is there just no room out there?
Once again, I don't think it is an area that
we want. Okay. And so many of the other recycling centers are not manned. And the personnel costs have obviously got to be a big contributing factor to the fact that this is costing us $100,000 a year?
I think probably about 40 to 50,000 of
Okay.
it is directly personnel.
What are the ramifications or repercussions if we don't man it?
We believe there
Trash.
will be lots of illegal dumping that we then have to deal with.
Okay, all right.
All right. Any other questions?
Well, I just have a kind of a, not really a question, but a comment, and that is, it should be evident to everybody in this room that we've been banging our heads against this problem very, very diligently. We are cognizant of how wonderful an amenity this is. I kind of would like to place a challenge out amongst you. Help us find a place. You know, we've looked at a lot of different places, and each one of them has been fraught with difficulties that have made it almost impossible for us to be able to say, yes, this will work. Maybe in the collective wisdom of this community at large, somebody knows of a place that might work that maybe we can negotiate to use or lease or something. But it's one of the problems we face when we live in a narrow defile and in a community that's more than 90% built out. These are not easy things to do. So help us help you.
Well, we appreciate you banging your heads.
All right, thank you. All right, if there's no further questions for Deborah, I will go ahead and open it up to the public. I would like to establish a few ground rules. Anyone who would like to speak has 3 minutes. I would, in the interest of time, because if we give everyone here 3 minutes, we won't be done before 11. We have a few more items on our agenda, and at 11, we have to have unanimous consent of council to keep going. So if someone else has said what you want to say, you can just stand up, say, I agree with him or her or whatever. So don't repeat what has already been said. All right, and with that being said, I would be willing to start taking public comments. Please come up to the, Mr. Moffett, come up to the microphone, state your name and address, and begin your 3 minutes.
Dean Moffett, 326 2nd Street. I hate to be first. I think, judging by the crowd here tonight, there's one very clear message, and that is, please drive a stake in the heart of putting a recycle center at our landfill. Find an alternate place, maximize the landfill for what it's intended, explore a lot of details about how to run an efficient recycle center. For instance, Walmart has concrete paving, it has lighting. They would, I would think, be encouraged by the traffic that the landfill would generate for them. We could pay rent. We could hold harmless conditions. It's a natural. Same with Safeway. I think we need a convenient and central recycle center for this community. This community feels very strongly about it. We use it regularly, weekly. I think we could all pay a little bit for it if there was some way to collect a small amount of money without having to man a booth. But the clear point of my words are, nobody's going to drive all the way up to the South Canyon landfill, or very few people will. That little old lady with the stack of papers, that box of cans, to spend that much money for gasoline is it just doesn't make sense. So please try very, very hard to find a permanent site in town. This town is better than all the towns that have said we give up the ghost. And my 3 minutes are up. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dean.
I agree with that last comment too, Dean.
Mr. Jones.
No, another town.
Greg Jung, 1188 County Road 129, in no name. Good evening, council and staff.
I'll touch on some of the things Deborah brought up, as well as some concerns brought up by other council members. I prepared something, so some of it may be repetitive. I'm here to encourage keeping the recycling center in town, and since that has come up, to also support consideration of franchising trash collection in the city. That might help address some of Matt's concerns. Or as Rifle has done, a contract for those services. While serving on the City Energy Efficiency Committee, such was discussed and recommended to the city in order to reduce heavy truck traffic trips, save wear and tear on the roads, be less disruptive, and more energy efficient. As mentioned in newspaper articles, the cost of the recycling center, and tonight as well, was highlighted as a concern, and this is where I started down the rabbit hole. I wanted to find what percentage and dollar costs the recycle center operations were of the overall landfill budget. Thanks to the OpenGov feature on the city's website, I was able to view budget information going back to 2012. A surprise to me is that in 2015, actual costs were $83,000 at 2.9%, and for 2017 is projected at $187,000 at 5.17%. I would expect, even with expanded hours, the higher cost and possibly less volume of recyclables, if relocated South Canyon, could perhaps portend the loss of any recycling drop-off facility in the future. And it's also highlighted by the cell that was recently completed, and then 2 more cells projected in, I think, 2017 and 2021, or 2019, excuse me. Of even greater surprise is a disturbing trend I discovered while reviewing the landfill budgets. South Canyon landfill has historically been a cash cow for the city, supplementing other city operations and capital expenses. In 2012, there was an operating income of $432,000. This year also showed the benefit of our city-owned operation, as $1 million was transferred to the DDA to build the parking garage. Since 2012, the landfill has had operating losses. 2013 is $619,000, 14, $285,000, 2015, $609,000, 2016 projected $824,000 loss, and again for 2017 a projected $1 million. These operating losses stand out for me and should be a concern for you and the residents of Glenwood. The greatest expense on the $3.6 million overall budget plan for 2017 is a $1.985 million annual contract to South Canyon Waste LLC. This expense is going back to at least 2013 and possibly 2009, as found in an old PI article. I don't know when your operator contract is due for renewal, but I discovered at the end of 2015, Pitkin County terminated early its $2.1 million annual management contract and made their landfill an in-house operation. They didn't make initial $2.6 million investment in equipment. With the South Canyon contract at just under $2 million and Pitkin's just over, it may be wise for the city to investigate Pitco's reasons to operate their landfill rather than contract operations under multi-year obligations. In comparison, the projected Pitkin County landfill 2017 operations expenditures are $3.75 million, while Glenwood South Canyon operating expenses are $3.6 million. But for 2017, Pitco projects a $1.5 million surplus, and Glenwood projects a $1 million loss. I guess my time's up, so. But I was going to say, it might be antithetical, but it would be fiscally prudent for the city to explore options and make recycling an important part of future operations. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. And just for everybody's benefit, we are working on a plan to turn the economic situation at the landfill around, and we're looking at all the aspects of it, including the contract, so, of the operator. So.
Hello, my name is Rick Davis, 1117 Riverview Drive in Glenwood. I was on council when Dan Richardson suggested that we have a recycling center, and the light bulbs went off for all of us. Great idea, let's do it. And we were a busy council back then, probably not as busy as you guys have been, but we had a lot on our plate. But I want to say that was one of the fondest things and one of the most proud things that we did was have that recycling center. We build a lot of buildings in this town, but when I think back, that's where I'm most proud. I did some of the same research that Greg did, and I remember when we were on council how well the landfill behaved for us and how it did generate such good funds. And I was surprised when it had changed over to a private contract, but that was somebody else's decision that we had to honor at the time. But I'm behind Greg on suggesting that you look at different ways, because it was a large revenue generator. Prior to the time we took it over, it was a lost amount of funds. We took it over, we were making money in town. Like Greg said, we were using it in other places. I really do encourage you, and like Mr. Bersheny said, you have looked hard, you've worked hard at it, but keep working hard at it. This town, it's a community thing. It's the same as shoveling snow, mowing grass in the parks. It's a service that this town wants and this town needs, so thank you.
Thanks, Rick. Mr. O'Donnell.
Yeah, I'd like to start by thanking this, or commenting on the excellent job the city's doing on snow removal this year.
Thank you.
Joe O'Donnell's my name, 109 Virginia. You power the middle and it's gone. It's a tremendous job and they're doing a really good job. I appreciate that. What I don't appreciate is losing the recycle center. I use it all the time. I got a question on your numbers. According to your public works director, in an article in the PI December 28th, it cost $32,000 to run it. He simply said it had an income of 105 and it cost you 138. I don't see as that 32 is a big, big number.
What I did was I took how much it cost to run, added in the employee costs for this year, and then subtracted the income. So I think.
Well, his article said he already done that. Anyway, I'm not going to argue, that's what it said. If you close it, if you mow it to the landfill, you're driving a spike in the heart of a very popular program. Nobody's going to drive out there. Again, the same article said it's 4 miles. It isn't. It's 4 miles from the city limit, but you got to drive back. That makes it 8. In fact, it's about 14 miles from where your current center is. I drove it, so I checked that out. And so it's out of town. People aren't going to use it. I have 2 buckets at home. I run down there twice a week and throw them in. I'm not driving out to the landfill twice. They're going in the dump. We're busy. We don't have storage. People here in this room don't have room to keep their storage for 2 weeks or a month or 2 months and then drive it out to the landfill. It's not going to happen. I'm not sure it's a scenic drive to the dump anyway, but that's an article in your deal too. I question that, okay? During the 3 months that the bridge is closed, nobody's going to get in that traffic jam. Nothing. That traffic, the only items are going to go to the dump are going to be in trash trucks. So that's a consideration. I also, I got all that, I covered that. Okay, it's going to cost me about $120 if I want to have curbside recycling. I can't afford it, it's not in my budget, it's not going to happen. I also like to debate not having it at the airport, the old airport, actually the old rodeo grounds. Right now, we recycle Christmas trees out there, we recycle leaves out there, and I'm sure they're still dumping snow out there, aren't they?
Yeah.
You're not dumping snow there this year?
No, this year.
They're dumping a lot of it off of Coach Miller, I know that. And that was another thought, down where Coach Miller is, but you got the high school there and you don't need to drum up the extra traffic. So the rodeo grounds, to me, is a legitimate spot. City-owned, easy accessible, adequate space, no one's in view plane, long-term, no need to relocate in the future, and I don't see it as a traffic problem. We talk 165 cars a day. Think about those cars. They're not going out there at 8 o'clock in the morning and 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. They're going out midday. So you're not even going to feel it. It's currently used for recycling Christmas trees and leaves in the fall. Say you're not stacking snow there this year. I don't know that. That to me would be the best location. The minus is the road is a little rough. I'll give you that. It is a little rough. But it's nothing that we can't. The pilots drive on it. The people hauling leaves, people hauling Christmas trees, they can drive on it. You need fencing. That's probably going to have to be a cost anywhere you go. You're going to have to haul some gravel in and some sort of a structure, though you could get a semi-trailer and build steps, so it would probably work just good.
Joe, I hate to do this to you, but I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up, just because.
Sure. The only other place is the Coach Miller Drive where you're dumping snow, and To me, that's not a really good location. The rodeo grounds, legitimate location, and certainly could be used. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Sorry, called on him first, so you'll be next.
I'll be 30 seconds. I just want to say that Brian Zukowski, 1,000 Montalpus Drive, and with the changing of the schools, with the opening of the new East Bank School, that's going to remove a lot of the traffic from Midland. And the end impact that that recycling center will have is going to pale to any impact that this new South Bridge that everybody seems to want to have would have on Midland Avenue. So I think between the lessening of the impact with kids being picked up and dropped off, which is crazy. I live across the street from the school. It's insane. So that's going to be, so I think really it's insignificant. Any impact that recycling would have would pale compared to the opening of the school.
Thank you. All right, sir, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Johnny Johnson. I live at 413 22nd Street. And just a couple of comments. Number one, with the bird issue, have we had any impact with birds in the location that it's at right now? I've been to the recycling center 1,000 times, don't really see them. They're sealed containers. They have sliding side doors. I don't really see that being a problem as far as the airport's concerned. Another issue with that, we now have tolls and toll gates and things that can take pictures of your license plate as you come through a gated area with cameras, and as far as illegal dumping goes, it doesn't need to be a manned site anymore. Technology has improved, and we could have stickers on our window. You come through, it takes a picture of your license plate, you dump illegally, we know who that person is. It would solve that issue also. As far as that, and other counties getting rid of them, we need to lead by example, not follow what other people are doing and where other people are saving money and getting rid of our resources. Let's turn this into a green town. Let's make it something we're all proud of, and let's keep the recycling going in town. Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
John Corey, 2104 Midland Avenue. I think the Stevens property is a perfect spot for it. Where they're dumping the snow now, had that road improved because of the bridge work that's being done on the pedestrian bridge. So it's a much better entrance than it ever was before. It's a big area between where the new road curves back north towards that, where the bridge will be. Between there and the fencing of the dog park is a perfect spot for it. I know you're using it now, I see, for snow, and I know in past years, the residents right across the river from there complained about the ugliness of the piles of snow, and we stopped for a while, dumped it there. I don't know why that changed. But, and if anything, have the truckloads of snow dumped at South Canyon. Make them drive out there to get rid of our snow. I know it adds some time to it, but it's, we're going to have to do it or they're going to have to do it. But I think that spot is more than big enough. Might have to throw some, road base down or something because it is just dirt, but I think it's something you should look at that for sure. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to actually ask everyone to not clap, just so we can get through this. No clapping, cheering, booing, throwing of rotten fruit or anything like that. So let's just get your comments, and we'll take them all under consideration, and we'll.
I promise not to clap.
All right, Joe.
I'm Joe Malika. I live at 140 County Road 126. I'm out of town. I do come into town to recycle, and I would do it through Waste Management, but I can't get anybody to pick up our stuff up there, so I'm being honest about that. And just for historical perspective, it was a couple high school kids that convinced Hooner Gillespie to make the tying vote to start the recycling center years ago, so that was pretty cool. And I give an honest on Hooner for that. But I would like you guys to really reconsider that spot out by the airport. I have a picture of it here. You have a beautiful gated storage area out there already. You could put those containers in there. It's something to think about. In addition, in terms of money, think about, I think I read 596 40 cubic yard containers a year. That's a huge amount of space in the landfill from recycling. So do you have a, I don't know if, I sent this guys to you guys on email, but there's the picture of it. And it is out by the airport. It's all gated. It would be a nice spot. I mean, it's a suggestion for you. I know it's kind of a conundrum. And I want to give you a historical perspective real quick. My mom was one of those ladies during World War II that gathered materials together. She said they recycled everything, including aluminum gun wrappers, because they had a cause. They were going to go to war. So just keep that in perspective. If anything ever did happen, we'd have people trained. We could come up with materials pretty quick. I appreciate your work on it, and look at the email I sent you. It may be a good spot.
Thanks, Joe.
Thanks, Joe.
All right, sir.
Hello, I'm Bob Gish, 817 Pitkin Avenue. And I was on the Valley Resource Management Board of Directors from 1990 to 1994. And our primary goal of that organization was to divert solid waste from the 3 dump sites, which is South Canyon, Aspen, and Eagle County. And back in those days, we did put up those recycle centers in Aspen and Basalt, which are now gone. It kind of breaks my heart. Recycling does cost money, but it's an investment. It takes trash out of the landfill. You have somebody on staff by the name of King Rye who really understands the issues. Recycling is not the real issue. Part of it is extending the life of your landfill. Last year, all these citizens took in 17,000 cubic yards of recycled material, 500 truckloads. And you know what it did for you? It extended the life of your landfill by 2 months. The landfill is a big investment you have. It's really hard to put a value on what that is. But when I was on that board, my gosh, 27 years ago, Pitkin County had a landfill life of 30 to 40 years. Guess what? They're down to 10 years now. That time went really quick. And if you're not careful, what they're going to do is quit taking construction debris, and guess where they're going to bring it? Right to South Canyon or Eagle County. I just recommend, I look at recycling as the best preventive measurement you can take to divert your solid waste. And I just encourage you to find something. You have spoiled us. This is the best recycling center I've ever been to in my life. And I've been across the country in Ohio, and I've lived in Florida, I've lived in Texas and California and Colorado. Thank you very much for that. Let's just continue it.
Thanks, Bob. Who is next? Ma'am.
Carolyn Sipperly, I'm at 1010 Blake Avenue. I just had a few comments. In part, in moving the landfill to South Canyon, you'd be assuming that anyone who wants to recycle has a car. It's not really a convenient place to get to on a bicycle, and there's no public transportation that goes there. We have such great public transportation in the rest of this valley, and the current recycle center is only 2 short ends of a block away from the Ride Glenwood bus stop. I would advise that if we can keep this in town, I think it should be located near some sort of the bus system, basically. Also, the presentation before listed out the cost from the different waste hauling companies for recycling. I called them today myself, and that's the cost in addition to your regular trash pickup. They don't offer just a recycling service. In my household, I make about 4 times the recycling as I do trash. I make 1 little grocery bag every week and a half of trash, but 2 or 3 big bins in the same amount of time, partly because I compost. So I'm doing my part to keep the trash out of the dump, and I really want to keep bringing my recycling in a 10 or 15 minute round trip, not an hour to South Canyon and back on potentially dodgy roads with rock slides and trains and such. Someone else mentioned the idea of having like a scan code or cameras at a fenced facility, which I think would be a great option. Personally, I wouldn't even mind doing an annual, flat fee to get a sticker on my car or a card that you swipe. Maybe it could be an unmanned facility. They know who it was who went in there, and there's cameras that would keep an eye on things and thereby reducing some of the cost of that. And I would like to close. I visited Spain this fall, and in the city of Barcelona, every couple of blocks, the city had set up about a 10-yard dumpster with dividers in it, and everybody just carries their own recycling and trash a block or two down the street on a regular basis, so you're not carrying big bins, and the city comes around and picks up those divided bins, curbside, included in the taxes. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Just go ahead and raise your hand, but you can come up.
Hi, I'm Nick Kelly, 2238 Midland Avenue, and I want to respond to Councilor Bershini's excellent proposal that we come up with some ideas. It's occurred to me that in the same idea of carpooling, we could have recycle pooling, and we could challenge the Chamber of Commerce as well as city government here to come up with small containers that citizens who live nearby to those businesses and to those county and city offices could drop off their recycling, and that those businesses and county and city offices could incur lots of goodwill with citizens and customers by taking those recycling bins to wherever you guys end up putting the recycling center.
Thanks, Nick. Thanks. Mr. Blair.
Oh, thank you. I am Michael Blair. I live on Sprucewood Lane here in Glenwood Springs. I'll just say that I probably agree with most of everything that's been said by everyone else here this evening, although I couldn't hear all of it. But I know why they're here, I think. Because logistically, the site proposed is really not efficient or convenient or practical for the Glenwood Springs public to attend with a long distance to the site, and especially with the condition of the South Canyon Road in the wintertime. It's pretty scary, at least in my experience, or it can be. So consider the many suggestions already made by so many citizens already. I think some great ideas have been put forward, and they should be explored further, along with others. I remember that I started recycling more seriously in the early 90s when there was a receiving station put in on the Walmart parking lot on the south side of the store. It didn't work out for very long, but it was a good idea and a good start, I think. And it was convenient to most people in town. So even though I oppose putting the site in at the South Canyon landfill site, I do appreciate the good efforts that the landfill staff has made to try to put in a good site to receive the recycling, even though it shouldn't be used. But thanks anyway.
Thanks, Mike. Is there anyone else? Sir.
Hi, my name's Nigel Brett. I live at 2201 Crestwood Drive. I'm also employed by the city. I work at South Canyon Landfill. I've also had experience with roll-off containers, and I've actually taken those containers from Glenwood Springs Recycle Centre up to the Merthyr Eagle. And on occasions, I'd just like to point out about curbside recycle bins. If those curbside recycle bins get contaminated, then the Merthyr Eagle will not take the load. It's contaminated, it then has to go into the landfill. So I think the public will not recycle correctly on a curbside if we had small bins put in Glenwood Springs Recycle Centre. We need a manned location. Thank you.
Thanks, Nigel. Okay. Anyone else? Ma'am, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Deborah Williams. I live at 511 8th Street, and I love the recycle center where it is. And I just had a question, basically. Has anybody talked to the school? I know Glenwood Elementary is all about experience, education. And I'm thinking about how many hundreds of little waxed paper milk cartons are thrown away every single day. And I'm wondering if the school has given any thought to keeping it where it is and incorporating it as a part of their daily routine to have kids learn to recycle. I see heads shaking, so maybe that means no.
I believe that there's going to be a building in the location where the current recycle facility is, or if it's not a building, it's their teacher parking area or student drop-off.
Student drop-off.
Student drop-off.
Parking
and parent
that
parking.
location
So,
to make that circulation work better
yeah.
and off the street.
Probably using every square foot of that.
They are.
Thank you, Deborah. Jeremy.
Jeremy Hyman, 805 Red Mountain Drive. Thanks for looking into these possibilities. A lot's been said about the cost of recycling. We've got a few factoids here about the national and international cost of not recycling. Americans throw away enough aluminum to rebuild the entire commercial airline fleet every 3 months. The process of recycling aluminum scrap into aluminum, usable aluminum, is 92% more energy efficient than primary production, which is from ore, from bauxite. A 60-watt bulb can be run for over a day on the amount of energy saved by recycling 1 pound of steel. In 1 year in the United States, the recycling of steel saves enough energy to heat and light 18 million homes. So I mention these comparisons because on the assumption that if you do move the recycling center to the landfill, it's going to considerably reduce the amount of material that's recycled and the number of people that go there. And it's also going to remove a social event from everybody's week. Going to the recycle center is almost as good as going to True Value Hardware used to be on a Saturday afternoon. You're working on a project, you go to True Value, you get popcorn, you see 7 or 8 people you know.
And that's
True
the end of
Value
the project.
The school district nuked the True Value store, and so we don't have that. But recycling kind of took the place of it. It's a social event.
You're saying there's a revenue stream there, like popcorn beer or something?
Could be free popcorn. So thank you for paying attention to this.
Thanks, Jeremy. Is there anyone else? Sir.
I'm Dana Snyder. I live at 905 Pitkin Avenue, Glenwood Springs. Just a couple of things that, I've heard that, we're worried about birds. I've never seen birds. Worried about the trash. I recycled up in Aspen for many years and unmanned, without the gate, without the card readers, without the license checkers. And, I don't know that it was perfect, but it seems like there wasn't piles and piles of trash around there. I used to haul my recycle up there. One thing I seem to notice at the recycle centers is that most people seem to know where to put their recycle. There's not a lot of, I don't see cardboard boxes in the plastic bottles or et cetera, et cetera. I think that most of the people that take time to recycle typically know what they're doing, and there's not a lot of contamination there. I'd also like to point out that our recycle centers only open a very short period of time. If you had an unmanned recycle center, it's a much smaller footprint because you're not jamming all the cars that are trying to get there at the same time. If it was open all week long, you typically would never have more than 1 car there at a time trying to unload recycle. If it was in a gated area, I wouldn't mind paying with a card. And the other thing that I would say is that it would be very important to not have everybody trying to haul their recycle out to South Canyon during the time the bridge is closed. So, I've heard that we wouldn't want to do the confluence because we have long-term plans there, but maybe some of these locations, even if you have long-term plans for them, might be okay for a short-term plan, especially, starting as quickly as next month, because I'm sure we're not doing anything with the confluence area next month or anytime in the next 2 or 3 years, I would guess. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Ms. Kalp?
Shelley Kalp. I live at 1203 Bennett. I've just been listening to a lot of the comments here, and I'd like to add a couple of comments, especially onto Jeremy's, and I agree with a lot of the comments that I've heard here today. First of all, I think there's a growing awareness across the country, and certainly in Glenwood Springs, and popularity here for recycling and for reuse of our materials. The materials that are thrown away throughout our country are very valuable materials for the most part, and a lot of them are used one time and thrown into a landfill, and the loss to the added energy that's needed to make new materials and the loss to our economy of materials that are wasted and thrown away is of growing significance. So there's an awareness of that and a growing awareness, I think, from all citizens that want to see more recycling. So anything that can be done to encourage that recycling and keep the great center that we have in Glenwood open, I think is very important. And when you look at the budget for the landfill, I would just recommend that you look at the cost from the standpoint that the majority of costs go towards dealing with the things that we throw away and the valuable resources that we're wasting and burying in a landfill. And so the risk to running out of land to bury that and having to try to expand the landfill is a future risk for the city, and it can be a huge financial impact. So, and as we heard with some of the budget numbers earlier, the cost to run the landfill is very high, but most of that cost is to deal with what we're throwing away, not so as much of what we're recycling. So even though, yes, it does cost more to recycle materials, the savings to our overall economy and the growing awareness by industry and acceptance and use of recycled materials and seeing the value in those materials is growing across the country, and so are recycling rates. So I just encourage you to think about that in the landfill budget and support the recycling going forward. And I think there are some good ideas for new sites, so I think something can be found here. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Sir.
Boy, am I glad I'm not you guys right now. My name is Chris Duncan. I live at 3955 Sky Ranch Drive, and I am probably going to offer up an incredibly unpopular opinion right now. I'm a numbers guy, and so I tend to think about the bottom line for the city. And don't get me wrong, I recycle at my own home, and I realize the benefits of recycling and all the great things that it does. But at the end of the day, this is trash that costs money to be removed. And it hurts my heart to hear these people say, if you make it any harder, we're not going to do it. I guess I'd like you to consider as you make your decision at the end of the day, are you passing this burden of this cost onto the taxpayer or onto the person that created the waste in the first place? And if everybody feels so strongly that recycling is important, then it's your obligation to take on that extra responsibility. And I hope that everyone will, but I see how it affects the bottom line. I guess one other thing I'd like to say is that if you relocate it somewhere in the city, like everything that goes on when there's something in your neighborhood that's going to go happen, the neighborhood's going to mobilize and they're going to say, not in my backyard, which seems to be pretty popular. So I guess maybe take that into consideration as well.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to comment on this topic? Going once, Going twice. Okay, closed to the public. All
Thanks for
right,
all your
yeah,
comments.
I'd like to, thank everyone.
You haven't heard what we're going to say yet.
So, I don't know that at this point, council is going to be prepared to make any kind of a decision on anything. I think, what I can say is that council and staff will continue to explore options. I think we heard some ideas today that perhaps we can look into, like, technology to improve what an unmanned facility might, how that might work. I'm, based on what Nigel said, I think we have to be pretty careful about making sure that we don't get somebody who screws up and puts the wrong stuff in the wrong bin, and then it all goes to the landfill anyway. I think we could look at that option. I think we can look at the Walmart Safeway options. We can revisit the airport option. I think once Southbridge is open, which probably isn't going to be tomorrow, and probably won't be before I get off council, actually. The airport option would be great, because actually the Southbridge is going to reduce traffic on Midland, because now they have 2 ways to get in and out. Today, it's, if you've driven it recently, I think some of you live down there, it's a pretty rough road, and there's some problems. Yeah, so, but I think what I can say is, again, council and staff will continue to work on this issue. I cannot say we will probably have another solution before March 1st. And so at least for some period of time, the only options might be either curbside or South Canyon. We regret that. We are going to continue to work on any solution we can find. But I can say there's a high probability they won't be in place by March 1st. So, who's first here? Mr. Steckler.
Yeah, while everybody's been talking, I have been listening, and I thank you all for coming. I appreciate that. So, I've been looking at some city maps here, and there is a parcel over by Traver Trail in US 6 that the city does own that is used for parking. I don't know if it's sublet or anything like that, but certainly large enough and flat enough and provides the right kind of access to provide a recycling center. I don't know if that parcel was ever looked at in the analysis for this.
Is that one by the tram?
Yes.
I suspect that Iron Mountain's employees and visitors might be impacted by that one.
But do they have a lease on it?
I doubt it. I don't know.
So that is something I think worth exploring. I agree. I mean, I park in a lot of places that I probably shouldn't, and never precluded anybody else from using it properly. So, yeah, it's right there. It is a recycling center. It doesn't have to be the ugliest thing ever, and if it's run properly, it can be fine. So, yeah, it is under the tram, but it's a community asset, as these folks in the room have pointed out tonight. So.
One of the other advantages is it could be fenced and put in place a couple of days.
You could do that in a week, yes.
Yeah.
All right, Stephen.
I just was going to say thanks to everyone for your constructive comments. It's easy to get upset and come and be mad at us, but you guys did a great job of being constructive, and that's always a help, because we really have been struggling with this issue, and I think everyone up here is firmly behind the idea of recycling. I recycle. I think everybody here does recycle. It's part of the fabric of our lives at this point, and I understand how important it is to all of you. So we just will redouble our efforts and work really hard, and any of you who might come up with a brilliant solution, please forward it to us. We're always open to having help. We can't solve everything. We're not that omniscient. So please know that we appreciate your being here.
Thank you, Stephen. Leo.
I want to start out, too, by thanking everybody who spoke, and those of you who didn't speak but were here
to show your support. I think it's great. Honestly, I don't remember seeing this many people in the room for anything in the last 8 years, so it's good to see you guys engaged.
So I just want to make a comment about that. So the next time we're updating the land use code, we're going to claim we're closing the recycling facility.
On the same day. Yeah. Exactly. Good point. And I want to say that I fully understand and appreciate just about everything that was said tonight. I hit the recycle center usually about every other week. I try to hit it every week, but it's usually about every other week. And it is very much a community thing. And that is a really hard thing to let go of, because it is a part of the identity of our area. But like the last gentleman who spoke was talking about, it's the numbers that really are driving this stuff. And, you know, unfortunately, we don't live in a place like Rifle that has more land available to it for different kinds of uses. You know, open land is a premium in this town. I can't imagine finding an open lot, paying for that open lot, and then paying to put whatever infrastructure we needed on it, on top of the fact that we're still losing $100,000 a year. I want to find a solution. I hope there's a solution out there. But I think we all need to kind of really look at it as objectively as we can, because it is hard to justify when you look at the costs. And for me personally, I've had this discussion with my wife at home. Every time I walk into the garage to throw something in the recycle bin, it's a really weird feeling. I know I should be doing this. I am doing this. But I also know that there's going to be more energy into taking that bottle to China than, you know, maybe what it was worth to do something new. So anyway, I don't know really where that leaves us, but this is not an easy decision, and I would love to suggest that you put it on the agenda for April 2nd or 3rd or 4th, or whatever that is. Second half of the meeting. Second half.
Second meeting in April, does that work?
Second half of the first meeting, I'd be okay.
I second that.
So, anyway, I don't know if that confuses you or what, or raises you, but that's my thought.
All right, thank you, Leo. Kathy?
Well, at the cost of being redundant here, I will thank you all because this is a really, really important issue, and council does care deeply about this. As many of you have mentioned, this is a social thing as well as a recycling thing. So those kinds of places help knit our community together. And so we do need to try and preserve that if we can. I have to agree with Stephen Bergeny. I understand, you know, the need to recycle, and I'm an avid recycler myself once a week. Actually, my husband does it, so, but that's all right. But we also have to be good stewards of our resources, of our financial resources, and we cannot continue to operate things, whether it's the community center, whether it's the landfill, whether it's the recycling center, at a loss. And Greg, I appreciate your comments about the landfill, and as Mayor Gamba has said, we are working to turn that around because we cannot continue to be responsible to you as citizens and operate those things at a loss. So I appreciate that. I really like the idea of a kiosk or some kind of an app on your phone or something that we could try and provide an unmanned facility. It's worth a try. The problem is still location. And I also commend Stephen Bergeny for challenging everyone to go ahead and, help us find a solution. Help us find, if you have a parcel or a part of a parcel that you'd be willing to share, let us know. I appreciate Deborah's reaching out to Safeway and to Walmart. Hopefully something will happen with that. The only other thing I would suggest, at the risk of being tarred and feathered by staff, is there a corner of the parking lot at the community center that we could take? I know that the community center parking lot fills up with hockey folks and things like that, but is there, I think it might be worth at least exploring, but that's what I will leave it at that. So thank you all.
I as well appreciate all your comments, and I couldn't help but sit here and feel like you're really not convincing me of anything. We're all struggling with this. I feel the same way all of you do. We need a location in the center of town. The airport works well for people living in South Glenwood, but if you live in West Glenwood, that's still a long ways to go. We will continue to look and challenge staff to find that location that's closer to the core of our city. I think it is important for this community, obviously. But I would also encourage you guys to take the drive to South Canyon, because it is a beautiful drive out there. I'm out there 2 or 3 times a week.
His email's on the website.
So is his phone number.
No, it's not the perfect solution, and we certainly will work hard to find that perfect solution. I'm afraid it won't happen as Mayor Gamba said, as quickly as we want it to, but hopefully it will in the very near future. So, thank you.
Thanks, Steve. All right. So.
What was the minimum footprint that you were looking for?
80 by 120.
So how big's your yard? All right. Thank you all for coming and participating in this. I imagine there's probably going to be at least a significant exodus. So I'll actually take a 5-minute break at this point, and we will convene at 5 minutes to 8.
Both malls, try both. Both malls has a whole parking lot behind. I know that won't work.
Balance
Thank you. Thank you. I'm off council 2 years. That's my, what's the word? My legacy, that's my legacy, yeah.
Hey, you can't start talking about your legs. You got 2 years before you can talk about it.
Oh, sure.
Like it or not.
Oh, you can't?
Well, that's kind of what I was wondering.
Right. Yeah, if he wants to take 2 years off and then come back, he's good to go. I just said we can take 2 years off and welcome back.
I can. All right, we'll come back to order now. And our next item on the agenda is a conceptual review. It's land use number 19-16, conceptual review of a major development application and a lot boundary adjustment and design variances for 13 multifamily units. The applicant is Brad Jordan of Jordan Architecture. The owner is Multea 3 LLC. The location is 175 and 185 County Road 135. Zone district is C1 Limited Commercial. All right, do we have a presentation by staff or applicant? Somebody? All right.
I'm Brad Jordan, I'm the architect. We do have the owners here as well, so they can answer any additional questions that come up. It is just conceptual review, so there's really no presentation. You have all the documents in front of you that came out with the packet. Essentially, there's 6 units on there right now, 4 modulars, 2 traditional or conventional built homes. We would remove those and put in 13 units. And of the 13 units, the idea is to have 9 that are 2 bedrooms, 2 that are 3 bedrooms, and then we're now considering 2 units. It would be a 1-bedroom, both being ADA compliant possibly. So trying to make more viable market options and things like that. Currently, they're planned to be apartments. We are going to be looking at the city's affordable housing packet as well to see if we can work that into what we're trying to do and go from there. There is the option that they could be condominiumized in the future, but at this point in time, they'll be apartments. I'll answer any questions that anybody on the board has.
All right, thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Brad? I have one. Do you know the rough square footage of the various units, the range?
The rough square footage of the units?
Yeah.
The one-bedroom and the two-bedroom units are about 1,100 square feet, and the three bedrooms, they're, I want to say, I can't remember it off the top of my head, but probably closer to 1,600.
Okay. Thanks. And it's an area of town that I don't usually drive into, just because I don't know anyone up there. What are the adjacent uses on the adjacent lots?
The adjacent homes are either single-family or multifamily. There is one duplex up there that could be turned into a fourplex. I actually did the design for a client of mine at the end of the cul-de-sac. It's kind of an underdeveloped area. There's no vacant land there, but there's no sidewalks. There's no no major improvements on that block, and that would be one of the design variances that we would be asking for, is not to be the only one up there that has to put sidewalks in. We do want to bring in a product that is a nice looking product. It's a quality product, but that's economical, not only for the developer, but economical to lease out or rent out. Be landscaped nicely, and we've already met with the town. We've met with the fire department for access and some of those kind of issues as well, to try and make it where it works for everybody.
Okay, thanks.
I do have a question. Can you talk a little bit about, you will be seeking a variance for ingress and egress. Can you speak a little bit to where those are located? And
essentially, we have we're asking for a design variance for two accesses instead of one. The property is actually two parcels that we're going to combine, and the way the city looks at it is they want us to only have one access. By only having one access, it limits the accessibility to the units, and it also has some restrictions that it places on the fire department. Again, we met with Ron Biggers, and he liked the idea of having a secondary access. He was supportive of that. One access would be in the cul-de-sac, and the other access would be at the southernmost end of the property, but it would still meet all the criteria that the city has.
okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Oh, I forgot to mention at the beginning that Councilman Leahy needed to recuse himself because his company provides property management services, I believe, for the developer in this case. So he had a conflict. So any other questions or comments? I would just say that in general, it looks like a reasonable plan to me. Once we receive more information and in terms of the actual land use application that our staff has had a chance to go through and review, we may have different comments, but it certainly seems like a reasonable option to me. I believe that the community does need the product. So. Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, I think it's a good place for the kind of density housing you're looking to put in there. I do question the lack of sidewalk and walking capabilities there. It is a changing neighborhood. And I think more of what you propose could be done along that entire strip there, and it could turn into more and higher density type development. The neighborhood's improving around there, and I encourage you to explore ways to add a sidewalk, at least for your part, as the rest of that area redevelops. Ask for the same thing in that area.
And frankly, I don't see that area redeveloping anytime soon, just because they did put in multifamily down the street. The duplex that I put in went in probably about 10, 12 years ago, and nobody's put a sidewalk or that in there. And the one multifamily development's pretty good sized development up there. So you know, we've looked at it, it does limit some of the landscape abilities, and it gives you a pretty stale front elevation with the sidewalk, and it would be the only one in there. And I think if you look at the grading and everything else, I don't think it would be as conducive as the way we've got it.
Oh, I would look at the grading, but certainly some of the property around there is, you know, could easily be redeveloped. There's some modulars in there as well, in different properties that, down the street,
Okay.
on the west side. Other than that, I think it's great. I think a good use for the property there. And,
Thank you. You know, a couple of things that we are not asking for, we're not asking for any design variance or any zoning variance for the height or the density. Everything complies. One of the design variances that we are looking at would be, we're one parking space short, which in that development, we're required to have 2 per unit, which we have, 1 enclosed, 1 out in front of the garage. Then we are required to have 3 additional guest parking and 3 additional RV/storage parking spaces. The client has, we've discussed the storage/recreational vehicle, and there will be no recreational vehicles that will be allowed to be stored on the site, so it frees up 2 other parking spots. One of the other design variances is the garage is facing their street, and we've explored the way that the land use code reads and trying to put the garages behind, and it really doesn't work with this particular property and the depth of the property. And we've also explored it with the fire department, and it really doesn't make sense to do that from their standpoint either. So, you know, again, we've tried to comply as much as we possibly can. We're not asking for too much, a few little things here and there, and kind of moving forward in that direction. So, we try to use the land use code to make it work.
Thank you. Thanks, we appreciate it, and good luck moving forward.
Great, thanks. Thank you.
All right. Somebody go find Todd. All right, so we are up to agenda item 22, which is planning item 33-16, consideration of an amendment to an existing annexation agreement and the conceptual review of a major development proposal. The applicant is Craig Helm. The owner is First Baptist Church of Glenwood Springs. Location is 2225 Midland Avenue. This is a continuation of a hearing from our last council meeting, and as we discussed at the last council meeting, we had previously closed the public hearing portion of this application, but we will, in the interest of hearing information from the applicant, we will also open it up back to the public for comments again, and then we will move forward after that. So, Mr. Helm.
Mr. Mayor, may I just interject something briefly at Mr. Helm's request? Since I was gone for the December meeting and recused myself at the first meeting in January, I did review the video and for both meetings and reviewed all of the items. And so I guess with everyone's permission, I will sit for this.
Yeah, you're comfortable that you've looked at the entire record, all the information was provided, listened to all the testimony that was provided?
I did.
So, Catherine, could we turn the mics down just a little? Like we're getting it. Now that the room is smaller, it's like we're getting tons of feedback, and I just...
All right, Mr. Helm.
All right, thank you, and thank you, Catherine, for taking that time. I appreciate it. I've put together just a short 12-minute slideshow here, going through a few kind of refresher points or follow-up points from the meeting from a month ago. And so just starting off, we would like City Council to vote up or down on the amended annexation agreement as it was originally submitted. During your conversation at the end of the last meeting, you talked about disconnecting that annexation agreement from the project, and we actually don't want you to do that. And the main reason is that we've looked very hard at this piece of property and spent quite a lot of hours looking at all the different options, and this is the least dense project with the most open space and the lowest impact on the neighborhood that we can feasibly build. We think a brief explanation of the way we arrived at this plan might give council some valuable insight. In the first application, we stayed within the confines of the annexation agreement and ended up with larger, more expensive units. Most of council expressed the opinion that smaller, more affordable units would be more desirable and have a bigger impact on the city's #1 problem. And after the first plan was denied, we looked at all the housing options for the property and how we might be able to provide more affordable units. We looked to the city's comprehensive plan and strategic housing plan to help direct the design of the project, and they repeatedly emphasize the desperate need for affordable housing within the city limits, particularly rental housing, the lack of available land for infill development, numerous suggested variances and incentives to encourage and facilitate affordable housing, and the negative traffic impacts that result from a lack of affordable housing within the city, and the positive traffic impacts from infill housing, particularly affordable housing. Then looking at our initial design costs, the two biggest factors were the deep pier foundations and the site work. We found that by enlarging the buildings, we were able to substantially lower the foundation cost per unit, and by increasing the number of units, we were able to lower the site work cost per unit, which includes a sewer line extension and lift station. With all this in mind, the only way to feasibly build affordable housing was with small, well-designed units that shared cost. We started version 2 of our design with 2 3-story buildings, but found that we needed 100 apartments to make the numbers work or to have feasibility. In addition, 2 buildings with space between spread the development much further across the property. Therefore, we went further in sharing costs for foundation, roof, elevator, stairs, and exterior walls with 1 4-story building, the building that I presented to you last month. This allowed us to cut the number of units down to 71 and maintain project feasibility. In doing so, we were able to set back the building 247 feet from the north property line, 317 feet from the south property line, and 191 feet from the east property line along Midland. This also pulled things out of the rockfall zone. Access became easier, and we were able to keep the drive to 4% grade for the first 100 feet from Midland and provide a secondary emergency access drive. The landscape green space increased to 72% of the site, which is a very large percentage for even a low-density development, and allowed us to provide some very significant outdoor amenities for the tenants and community. So that's how we arrived at the plan that I submitted to you all last month. Then at the December 15th meeting, it seemed like the majority of council might not support the proposed project for one of 2 reasons. One, the fit with the R4 zoning, or two, traffic impacts to Midland Avenue. And I'd like to briefly touch on these 2 points. The R4 zoning, the following is copied directly from the city's development code. R4 Residential Transitional District. The purpose of this district shall be to provide for mixed-use transitional areas consisting of high-density residential developments, public accommodations, office and institutional uses, and dispersed personal service establishments. All non-residential units shall require special review to assure compatibility with adjacent residential neighborhoods. Permitted uses are anything from R3, as well as hospital, medical, dental, clinic, lodge, hotel, motel, hostel, and many others that I won't list. So R4 is the most dense residential zone. There's 6 residential zones that are all less dense than R4. The only zones more dense are commercial and industrial. And our project, our proposed project, is not even close to high density. The only density distinguishers in your code for condos that are separated vertically is this floor area ratio. And for R4, that's 1:1, which would allow 6 times higher density than we're proposing. In other words, we could put 6 of these buildings on these 6 acres and still fit the R4 zoning. R3, which is less dense, we could do 4.5 of these buildings and still fit the existing zoning. Our project is, again, 72% of the site is green space. And the closest building corner to a neighboring property line is 247 feet. That's a very large number. And this is a residential use, and it would not require special review per the code. The only part of our project that does not easily fit the R4 zone district is the building height. And we believe the height variance needed provides the best method to achieve both affordability and feasibility, given the very large setbacks and the mountain behind it. Similar or greater height variances recently given for Glenwood Green Apartments, Oasis Creek Apartments, and the hospital. Statements in the city's comprehensive plan like the following. The city will use both regulations and incentives such as density or zoning bonuses, additional height, parking waivers, etc., to encourage the development of housing at lower, more attainable price points. And the need to grow to maintain vitality is compounded by the lack of land for the community to expand. This forces an introspective look at all opportunities for infill redevelopment, going inward and upward instead of outward. So I've got one slide here on traffic. The city's planning documents repeatedly state that infill housing reduces traffic, particularly in Glenwood Springs, where the only connecting link between the majority of housing, of affordable housing, and the majority of jobs is through the city. And it seemed like, traffic was the concern for not approving this. And that just it goes against, the city planning. Anyhow, the majority of traffic on Midland during peak hours is from commuters. And this commuter traffic will drop after the completion of the Grand Avenue Bridge because it will be faster to get through town that way. With additional affordable housing in town, additional affordable housing in town, the number of commuters driving all the way through our town will continue to increase. And these commuters pay 0 city taxes or user fees. Our project is close to jobs, amenities, and the main bus station. And the 27th Street is the bottleneck affecting Midland Avenue at this location, and plans are well underway to improve this choke point before we would have any apartments ready for rent. City revenue, we have offered $100,000 to help pay for the upcoming 27th Street improvements. Water and sewer, the project would pay $284,000 in water and sewer impact fees. The project would add 71 paying customers to the monthly operating costs for the water and wastewater treatment plants, which will help pay off the bond for the new expanded wastewater treatment plant, help to stabilize the escalation of monthly water and sewer fees for all existing users. City real estate taxes, the property will add to the annual real estate tax base. City sales tax, if people are provided additional opportunities to live within a couple miles of shopping and dining in town, then sales taxes will increase. I just kind of highlighted, we've talked a lot about community vitality, and we've talked a lot about finding places for people, particularly young professionals, to work, live in town. And but the other aspect of it is if they're living down valley because they can't live here, they're still contributing to our traffic problem, and they're not contributing to any of the solutions. And this project will contribute to the solutions with traffic, both monetarily and by creating fewer miles driven. Throughout my presentations, I've tried to explain how we use the city's long-range planning documents to guide our complete redesign of this project. However, the discussion last month made it seem like several council members disagreed with some pretty significant aspects of these documents, specifically the concept that infill housing reduces traffic, particularly in the narrow valley of Glenwood Springs, the number of additional housing units needed to keep up with job creation and housing demand, and the lack of available land forces an introspective look at all opportunities for infill, including incentives for multifamily and especially rental housing, growing inward and upward instead of outward. The very reason these long-range planning documents are created is to guide future development. Therefore, these are the documents developers look at prior to investing money into a development application. And if they're not supported by a majority of the council, then they should be changed. In conclusion, we understand that a yes vote tonight does not obligate a yes vote on the final development application, and we're okay with that. We are, however, looking to get some meaningful feedback on this specific development. What we are asking is, based on the information we have presented, do you think there's a reasonable chance, say 50%, that you would approve this development application? If so, please vote yes on the annexation amendment, and if not, please vote no. So I guess I'd also like to add that I've had several supporters of this project contact me over the last few days about coming to speak tonight, and I've suggested that if they spoke at the first presentation, that it would be unproductive or redundant for them to come again. There have been a couple of people that didn't get the opportunity to speak last time that I said that'd be great, then please come and say what you think. So with that said, I'd again like to request an opportunity to address any questions that may arise after the public comment. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Craig. Any questions for Craig at this point before I open up for public comment? All right, thank you.
We usually do come back to the applicant
Yeah,
Tell me after,
yeah.
yeah, so
Yeah, we always do.
there'll be a chance for you to address those.
All right, so at this point, I will open it up for public comment, but the same rules apply. No clapping, cheering, throwing of rotten fruit or anything else. 3 minutes, and
Do we need to be clear again on what we actually are looking at tonight? I mean, we're not looking at.
We're only voting on annexation.
Yeah, we're not,
Right.
do we just need to be
Right,
clear?
I would say just for clarity's sake, the only thing in front of you is not, as Craig said in his presentation, you're not approving the development project as a whole. The request in front of you tonight is to amend the annexation agreement from the late 70s to allow kind of more contemporary uses and to bring it up to date. And would allow for the multifamily development, which is currently restricted by the annexation agreement, not by the zoning. So I think that's important to clarify, that the zoning would permit multifamily development. The annexation agreement as it is currently exists on the property does not. So the request is to modify the annexation agreement. And if we get to that discussion, we can get that up on the screen for you guys to walk through. It's in the packet, excuse me, as well. So.
thank you. All right, so is there anyone from the public who would like to speak? Please give us your name and address, and
Patty Hensley, I own the property at 1776 Midland Avenue. Happy New Year, by the way, third time in front of you guys over this issue. I'm going to again say this is an amazing project, but Midland is not the proper location for it. Therefore, I ask you to please deny the annexation amendment, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
thank you.
My name's Jimmy Taylor. I live at 2129 Midland Avenue, which abuts this project. First thing I want to say is, 'tis a privilege to live in Glenwood Springs. It's not a right. It's not, you got to work to live here. I feel this project is for the people up Valley. I worked as the field representative for the Census Bureau, Department of Commerce, worked between Parachute and Aspen, went into a lot of homes, talked to a lot of people about how they lived, how much they made, where they worked, what they did. The people that work in Glenwood Springs, if you really want to build housing for them, put up a bunch more trailer parks, because that's where they live. Midland Avenue is an upscale neighborhood. It's all 1 acre lots. It's a small area. When you talk about putting in 70-some units, that's double what the original one was. And I came here and said that I thought you should build the original one. I'm not a NIMBY type person, but those houses were built for successful people and not for worker people. These little units here, you might as well put up, SROs, single room occupancies. They're not family oriented. They're not for the people of Glenwood. If you build it, they're all going to be rented by people up Valley. Glenwood should be a place where people come to work from up Valley down. Everybody up there's got their down Valley list. We don't have up Valley lists. At least I don't, maybe some people here do. But the density is too high. We're all on 1 acres there. It's been a property. The church had that property. They were going to build a church there. I can understand that. The church moved to Newcastle because they can't afford to live in Glenwood, or they'd be in Glenwood, or they can't build in Glenwood. Now, 30-some units on that property was a lot. I think it's too much, but I can live with that. When I was younger, I worked in the projects. This is nothing but a project. You put people on top of each other, and they just drive each other crazy. We don't need that. That's not Glenwood. Now, you want to change something? Well, let's change something. Let's get rid of what the zoning we have now, put it back to the zoning everybody else on that damn street has, which is an acre, a house, and an ADU. And the church can make their money. There's 6 lots there. At $200,000, $150,000, they'd make more money than they're making with this development, You don't have to run the sewer. That's the most expensive thing to do, is run that sewer down Midland. That's why he has to have the density. 6 houses, 6 ADUs on septic systems. You don't have the problem, you don't have the price, you don't have the density. And there are people in this town that are looking for, those are some of the best view lots you got in the city.
Go ahead and please.
I'm
wrap
sorry,
up.
and I'm done. I just think that the density's too heavy. Don't change the agreement.
Thank you.
Grace Stolschmidt. I also live at the property adjacent. I'm Jimmy Taylor's wife. We moved there in 1999. I have written extensive comments on this and some of your other affordable housing initiatives. I hope all of you have received those. You should have gotten a half-inch binder before the last meeting. Unfortunately, about 2 hours before the last meeting, this happened, so I could have been in the back screaming in pain, but you wouldn't have noticed. People do that all the time. But let me say, first of all, Mr. Helm was right about one thing. Your development plan is exceedingly misleading. The statement about Glenwood Springs having half the housing for their low-income workforce, making the other half commute, is from the 1998 plan. This traffic plan observes that doubling the low-income housing would allow for the entire low-income workforce employed in Glenwood Springs to reside there. That's in the traffic calming plan. Why are traffic engineers doing high-density housing projects? Adding 1,000 people to this town is not going to calm traffic. I don't care what they live in. But let me say, first of all, with respect to the NIMBY, and the church did not have clear title to this property until April 16th of 2015. When Bill Bullock put this on the market, they put it with him. They've listed it with a number of realtors. They were standing at the corner of the property. I finally went up and asked him. I asked Mr. Talmud in 2006, why is the person listing the property not the entity that you're supposed to write the, that owns it? There was a mismatch on the title. And so I did ask Bill Bullock, he got his title people to clear up the title. So for the first time since 1977, the title of that property is actually in First Baptist Church of Glenwood Springs and not First Baptist Church of Denver. That chased off a couple of buyers. Sewer chased off a couple of buyers. People literally got back in their rental cars and left. When people come over and talk, I tell them, you need rockfall mitigation, you need water flow, you need all of these things. But to get back to what Mr. Helm said about the plan, the plan itself is very misleading. It calls for doubling the low-income housing in Glenwood to match the workforce, but it doesn't recognize the fact that those jobs already exist, those people already exist, those jobs have already been filled. A lot of those people choose to live in Newcastle, choose to live somewhere else where they can get more bang for their buck. So that is a very misleading part of your plan. There's no explanation in your plan of how or why people who currently live in Newcastle, Silver, Rifle, and work in Glenwood Springs, why would they pick up and move to relocate to a cramped and relatively expensive apartment here? It doesn't make sense. The section on housing and traffic with low-income workers has been cut and pasted into every document since 1998. It has not been updated. There's no trend lines. There's no changes to the numbers. It's in the 2003 plan. It's in the 2015 plan. It gives no explanation as to how this is going to improve the city or anything else. It's a traffic engineer's summary. What they said, if you go through the several pages of the traffic engineering, is that everyone needs to live and work in the same town and not use the roads in between, and traffic will be fine. Well, that's a ridiculous assumption. But when he talks about being misled by your plan is very misleading. Now, adding massive amounts of low-income rental housing to Glenwood Springs is significant enough to put to a vote. Nobody ran on the platform that said they were going to bring in a bunch of people and fill in every single square inch and rezone and cram in as many people as you could, especially low-income partiers who want to go upstairs. Now you want to park right outside my bedroom window? As testified at the last hearing.
Can I ask you to?
Just very quickly, I will, but you're talking about shaving $100,000 off the value of my property. You're talking about parking homeless people outside of my window. As testified at the last hearing, Adventure Park employees are living in cars and parking lots. This parking lot, this project puts a large parking lot right in my front yard. There are no bathrooms, people sleep in their cars. Watch what happens when the X Games come up next week.
Thank you. I'm going to call up the next person to speak. So,
well, your adventure park that doesn't provide housing is owned by Alpine Bank. They need to take responsibility for their housing.
all right, thank you. Next person.
Thank you once again. I'm Johnny Johnson. I live at 413 22nd Street. And this is not really directed to this gentleman here with his housing program. My question is to the council, when is the infill enough? This is a demand location. If you build it, they'll come. We're always going to need spots for our police force and for our teachers and the people that work in the community. But if you build 1,000 more units, is that going to solve the problem? If you build 2,000 more units, is that going to solve the problem? Does the problem ever get solved? Now, you can just look up Valley, where they build the Whole Foods, and they kind of had the same similar thing, that we're going to build all this housing, and it's going to solve all the people from coming through. And Glenwood went from having traffic patterns to just having traffic straight through. Infilling all these areas without thinking of the full impact of it, I just think needs to be taken back. And yes, it's a privilege to live in this town, but that privilege will go away if we just turn into a giant congested city. It will no longer be the town of Glenwood Springs. It'll be, it'll just have a city life to it. And do we want that? Is that what we're looking for? And you talk about the demands on water and things like this. I'm not hearing any. I'm hearing that we're in this project and the 6th Street project, not to convolute them together, but I'm hearing that like the city's willing to give these guys breaks because we need the housing. We need the housing. Show me where that's worked. And if you're going to give breaks, why don't you give it for green leaders, people that are going to lessen the burden on the society instead of add to it. And my opinion is just you can add as much housing you guys want, but it's not going to ever solve your problem. It's a demand city, and you build it, they'll come, and you're just going to add more and more people and more density, and I'm not sure that accomplishes anything that we really want. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Anna Melnichuk, and thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak to you tonight about this project. I was able to hear the comments made previously. I wanted to kind of put a human face to this project. I'm actually one of the people who I guess would be in the category of homeless that was described earlier. I'm a young professional who moved into this area because I got a job offer in Glenwood Springs. And I was thrilled to move here. I wanted to move here. When I arrived, I was really surprised there was no affordable housing available. Now, I'm someone who works full-time, including on Saturdays. And I was, unfortunately, forced to look for housing elsewhere. I am currently living in another city, and I'm commuting here every day. I'd love to tell you that I'm the exception to this, but most, in fact, all of my coworkers are doing the same thing. We cannot find affordable housing in Glenwood Springs. And of course, although commuting may seem like an option, it's not a really viable long-term option because commuting does create traffic congestion, and with the bridge construction, it's getting even worse. On top of that, if people were to actually be able to live and work in the same city, we could walk, we could use bikes, we could use the bus system. For the short period of time one of my coworkers was able to find housing that she could afford here, she walked to work. So I don't believe that, this project would lead to increased traffic. I also wanted to say that it does have an impact on the vitality of this community because, young professionals would like to come here and to work here and to live here. But currently, with no affordable housing in place, we are forced to move out. We've had really high turnover where I work, and I, regretfully have to say I'm currently looking for other job opportunities out of Glenwood Springs because it just is not a viable option to keep commuting, and there's no housing that is offered here. So I just wanted to present to you kind of my point of view and the point of view of some of my coworkers. They weren't able to attend tonight, unfortunately, but when I spoke to them about it, they all had the same response. This is the need in our community to have affordable housing, and I just hope that you take that into consideration. Thank you so very much for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to comment on this application? Sir.
Good evening. My name is David Reynolds. I'm an elder with New Hope Church, First Baptist Church, the legal owners of the property for quite some time. We take pride in that. I'd like to thank City Council on behalf of the church. I'm not going to take a lot of your time tonight, other than to thank you. We know that what you're going through with this, there's a lot of emotions, there's a lot of things going on. But on behalf of the church, thank you so much. We'd like to just ask you to respect the position of our neighbors, but also of us as landowners, and also respect the position of folks who need affordable housing. So we know you have a lot to look at. I just wanted to thank you on behalf of the church. We look forward to working with you. We look forward to working with Craig. The church does believe that Craig's project is a viable option for this property. We respect the work that he's put into it. But thank you guys for what you're doing, and we look forward to working with you. We look forward to you guys making a decision and giving Craig some direction in this so we can move forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Ma'am.
Hi, I'm Sherry Ernest. I live at 2309 Midland Avenue. Our property borders the church's south property line. We bought our property in the mid-70s. I'm disheartened with the developer and the church for asking for an amendment to an existing annexation agreement on that property. The Planning and Zoning Department, as well as you, the City Council, has denied earlier proposals for Fox Hollow development. R4 zoning was granted in the late 70s based on the church wishing to relocate that property. R4 is the most dense residential zone per Mr. Helm. In my view, they now see that the second parcel has a less dense zoning designation. So to enable the increased number of units, they need the zoning amended to the second parcel, which allows a project which is more than double in size to the Fox Hollow development. My reasons to deny the amendment is R4 zoning does not meet the assure compatibility with adjacent residential neighborhoods. And there is no sewer line on Midland Avenue from 27th Street to 13th Street. Traffic on Midland Avenue will not be reduced once the Grand Avenue Bridge project is completed. The valley is growing. That's going to be a growth factor that the traffic plan will always be an issue of. And then his project is looking at a building height, a variance for 4 stories. And as living adjacent to that, that would be blocking our view for much of the mountain. Probably couldn't even see the cross anymore up on the mountain with that kind of a height. And is this future growth vision for Glenwood Springs? Bigger is better? Please vote no on this annexation agreement amendment request. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Ma'am.
Hi, my name is Danielle Reschke. I live down the 700 block of Palmer. I'm a 32-year-old nurse in the emergency department. I hold 2 jobs. I work here at Valley View full-time and then down in Rifle, and I volunteer in the fire department in Carbondale. Been in the Valley since 2003, and I'm a single parent raising my daughter here who's 7 years old and out there watching some, movies on my phone. So this seems, like a very emotional topic, and I can understand people are stressed over the fact, this is their home, and change is always an uncomfortable thing. I personally struggle to make ends meet. I continually work to improve myself, to serve the people in my community, to resuscitate our loved ones. I think this project, it's a huge development. There's always concerns of homeless people, people who are going to trash it, people that are going to be ungrateful for it. I see these kind of people every day in the ER. However, it kind of opened a little bit of hope for me to be able to continue to live here in Glenwood Springs, to be a citizen here, to raise my daughter here, to serve Glenwood Springs, in a time of need in the emergency department. So I support this complex in, the process of that. I know a lot of people that I work with, a lot of people I deal with in the community have a difficult time living here, financially. I think that a big part of this process would be, screening as to who lives in the development and weeding people out who would potentially be a burden in society, things like that. However, police officers, paramedics, people who work in the healthcare field, things like that, I think it's a good opportunity for these types of individuals, who help our society to have a place to live, to call home. So, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Mr. Kelly?
Nick Kelly at 2238 Midland Avenue. First of all, I want to say that there are quite a few people up and down Midland Avenue that oppose this project. You all know that. They would, nearly all of them wouldn't be here tonight, if not for the fact that we all already knew the place was going to be completely filled by people who were here for the recycling center discussion. And one person wanted to come, and I asked her, I suggested that perhaps she might not come. She sent me an email. We're in total support of you against this development. My husband works every Thursday till 8 p.m., and I am immune compromised via my cancer. But if at all possible, we will try to make a meeting tonight. People are seriously opposed to this. And she would have been here, I'm sure, if I hadn't told her, don't come. Your doctor wouldn't want you to. But I want to make some comments on the developer, what he has said. He says this is the least dense project he can feasibly build. Well, maybe that's true. But maybe another developer could make smaller density work on the lot. And he mentions amenities for the tenants and the community. That's interesting to me. First, I'd ever heard that he's going to make these amenities available to the community. Third, he mentions, for some reason, that the minimum lot size doesn't apply when you're talking about condos. Well, that may or may not be true, but I'd just like to point out, these are not condos. These are not separate ownership. And when you look at the R4 regulations, they make that statement that minimum density doesn't apply in the cases of separate ownership. This is a rental apartment building, so that is not applicable. Also, he says it's close to jobs, amenities, and the bus station, but it's really not close enough to any of those for most people to walk. Albeit, I can grant that some of the younger folks who good, wonderful young professionals that we need in this town might choose to walk, but the vast majority of them, if you look at any of the statistics online, would choose not to walk. It's too far. And okay, Mr. Howell asked for meaningful feedback from this council. I would suggest that the meaningful feedback you give him is that his project, as he has proposed it, is too dense for this location in Glenwood Springs, because it will increase traffic. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to comment? Mr. Duncan.
Again, I'm Chris Duncan. I live at 3955 Sky Ranch Drive. And I did comment the first time. I just want to reiterate that I don't believe that Mr. Helm is asking for a zoning variance on this project. I believe he's compliant with the zoning. I think that the one thing he's asking for potentially down the road, when you get into a more in-depth discussion of the project, is a height variance. But I believe that his project is fairly compliant. The traffic thing is a bit of a red herring, where we're going to have the traffic one way or the other. I said this last time, and you're going to have the traffic whether it's from people down Valley coming up to work, or whether it's from people who are on South Midland Avenue and going up Valley to work. I didn't hear anybody say that housing wasn't an issue. I heard some people say, you know, these are great projects, I just would like them to be somewhere else. You know, and next time we have this discussion and it's down in West Glenwood, that community is going to show up and say, this is a great project, but, you know, go do it in the meadows. And the people in the meadows are going to say, hey, well, I guess there's nobody in the meadows yet. These would be the people in the meadows. But the point is that it's going to take development in all of those areas to meet the needs in the community. And, you know, I think that Mr. Helm's project is trying very desperately. I think he's worked very hard to work within the guidelines that the planning documents do give him, and that, you know, he's willing to take direction from you guys if you are willing to give it to him. I know that that's not the purpose of this. I know that at the last meeting there was also some discussion that it's almost unfair to not bring the annexation agreement to sort of the current standards, just for the sake of the church, to be able to offer it as a viable property on the market. So, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to comment? Going once, going twice. Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Mr. Helm, would you like to respond to any of the comments made?
I guess I don't have anything to add. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
I do have one question. Am I correct in my recollection that you had indicated you might be looking at using the city's new ordinance regarding waiver of fees for deed restricted affordable housing, or was that my imagination? Did I remember that correctly?
I actually think that's your imagination,
okay.
Because that kind of came up later. But having watched you guys kind of go through that process, my assumption is that I'd probably try to put a percentage around 1/3 into a category like that. The units all would fit the price point that you guys have targeted, so that's not any problem at all. But, you know, the issue is that, you know, it just, one, creates a lot of extra work for me every year to deal with the administration of that, and two, as owner of property that you're renting, the number one issue is vacancy and turnover. And so one of the things that I really didn't like in the process was that, you know, if I had somebody that all got signed up because they're working here in Glenwood as their primary job, et cetera, and then they turn out where, okay, now their primary job becomes basalt, and I actually have to kick them out, that's really bad. You know, to take somebody that's been a good tenant and say, I'm sorry, you have to leave. I have to deal with all the changeover stuff. I've got to deal with some vacancy in the meantime. I've got to deal with all the paperwork and headaches of finding a good new tenant. You know, that was one of the things that, you know, between that and all the extra paperwork associated with things that would keep me from saying I'm going to make this a bigger part. But I would definitely think that a portion of around a third would probably make good sense from this perspective, was my general thinking on that.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions for Mr. Helm? All right, thank you. All right, so at this point, we'll bring it back to council for motions and/or a discussion, or discussion and/or motion. Whichever order we want to do that in.
Is it possible at some point, I don't want to go out of turn because I think Leo's got a button pushed, to ask staff a quick question?
No, actually, I was ready to make a comment, but.
Oh, you can go, and then I'll ask a question.
Oh, if you got a question, by all means, go ahead.
Can I ask Trent, or probably, I guess Trent, maybe, just, there was a comment made earlier about when this parcel was annexed in, that it was zoned R4 during that time in the 70s. It's my understanding that R4 is all along Midland Avenue, all the way down to the terraces? Like this parcel, the parcel south of it, you know, and moving south to the terraces, are they all R4 along that stretch?
No, I believe the terraces are zoned PUD. I believe it's just these two parcels that are zoned R4. Most of the surrounding parcels have a single-family residential zoning.
Okay. Aren't most of the adjacent parcels in unincorporated Garfield County still?
Correct, directly adjacent to the south and north.
To the south are unincorporated Garfield County?
I think both.
Okay.
Maybe, I could be
Even
wrong.
to the north?
I believe both.
Okay.
We can take a look at the zoning map if need be, but.
It's just south.
Is it?
Okay, thank you. That was my only question.
All right, thank you.
Sorry about that, Leo.
Oh, that's all right. My turn?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to state right off the bat that you know, I don't know where this development application would ultimately go, and I certainly would make comments on the conceptual. But I think the real thing we ought to be focusing on is whether or not this piece of property deserves to have its annexation agreement be amended. 1978 was a long time ago. Glenwood was a much different city back then. In fact, Glenwood was probably just a town, not really a city. It's, for me, looking at what the allowable uses were with the original annexation agreement, a church, a convalescent home, a nursing home, or life care center, single-family dwellings, or multifamily dwellings. Well, you can put single-family dwellings up there, and you can put multifamily dwellings up there. I don't know that you're ever going to be able to put a church up there, just from a financial standpoint. I don't know that you're not, I can tell you're probably not going to be able to put a nursing home up there, having been through similar processes recently with that. A life care center is never going to go up there. Point being that the only things that are likely to go up there that are going to pencil out with the numbers are going to be some sort of residential units. I think 1978 was an awful long time ago. I think Glenwood has changed a lot. One of the testimonials we saw tonight that really struck a chord with me was the young professional who got up to speak. You know, if we don't make places for young professionals, if we don't encourage that kind of development, our workforce is going to get older and older and older. And then you look at the residents in the town, and I don't mean to be offensive here because we all are going to age, but the age of our town is going to go up. And we're all there, you know. But the point I'm really getting at is the vitality. And we have done a lot of things to try to encourage the vitality of Glenwood Springs. You don't really encourage vitality by restricting growth and limiting the opportunities for younger professionals and young startup families. I don't know where the ultimate application ends up, but I do believe that this property deserves to be brought up to standards so that whether it's Mr. Helm who owns it or the church still, so that they can sell it and move on with it. Right now, it's, I've been up there. I've looked at the property. There's a lot of debris buried in the brush out there. It's going to take a lot of money to clean up the site just to get it ready. So, I think it's important that we take all this stuff into context here. Anyway, obviously, I'm going to support the annexation amendment. And I'll stop there.
All right, thank you, Leo. Todd?
So I think, Leo, I think you and I are kind of on the same page with this. I'm not sure, because I'm kind of at the same spot I was the last time we talked about that, and that is I'm okay with this property coming in with an R4 zoning with today's R4 standards in place that allows you to develop what an R4 lot would be able to develop in town. The thing that's still throwing me a little bit is Mr. Helm, you've asked us for a 50% certainty as to if we were to vote for this annexation coming in, that we would have a 50% certainty that we would also approve the building at the end of the day. And that's where I just have a hard time giving you that certainty with the scale and the size of that building. I'm perfectly good with multifamily on that site. It might be 70 units, it might be 80 units, it might be 40 units. I really don't know. But the scale and the size of that building, and I get the 6 acres. I mean, it's nice to have a big 6-acre piece of R4 ground, although I don't think it's all usable. I'm having a hard time with the size and scale of that, so I don't want to mislead you and give you your 50% certainty that you asked for by saying, I'm all for signing this annexation and giving that certainty out. So I'm more than willing to look at this piece of property as an R4 zone property. It may actually bring more units. The people who are hearing this, who live in the neighborhood, may actually not like that. But I'm okay with an R4 piece of property coming in with a clean slate. That's where I was a couple weeks ago, and I just haven't gotten past that. So.
Thank you, Todd. Any other comments? Oh, I looked, I didn't see it. I guess I was, okay, Kathy.
Okay. Well, first thing I'd like to say is I do think that Mr. Helm has attempted really to listen to the needs of the community and to what council has directed. And I thank you for that. You have tried to increase the density on this property to help alleviate housing issues, and council did not approve a previous plan that was of lower density. I will point out that at that time, property owners also complained, nearby property owners. And after listening recently to hours of public comment, there's a significant amount of NIMBYism, not in my backyard, associated with this. And, that's not unusual. That's quite typical. However, council, we have to look at and weigh the benefits to the entire community. We can't look at one neighborhood or one area on its own. I have just a comment to Mrs. Taylor. I looked through the comprehensive plan. I cannot find the words low income anywhere in that plan. And I think if affordable housing does not equate to low income housing. Glenwood is a great place to live. And the problem is Glenwood is ever changing, and that's really apparent by all of the construction that is going on in town. It is not the same place that it was when I moved here many years ago, and it's probably not the same place as when you moved here, even if that was just last year. So the point is that we're always progressing, we're always moving. That being said, while I support the concept of multifamily and increased density, and I really do want to approve this annexation agreement amendment on this parcel, because we do need housing. We need housing for young professionals. I'm going to have a hard time supporting this for a number of reasons. One of them is one that Todd just mentioned. Mr. Helm has indicated that he would like a yes/no vote on this, as on the annexation agreement, as an indication of support for the conceptual project. And that's not how this process works. I also believe that there are options to create an aesthetically pleasing multifamily project that will not overwhelm the neighborhood. Will it financially pencil out? I do not know. For me, again, the traffic on Midland is a huge concern. Mr. Helm did not cause this problem. However, until we fix a functionally obsolete bridge at 27th Street and repair Midland and build South Bridge, we need to be very careful about what we approve along that area. I would just reiterate that density is not a four-letter word, and density, I think, can be a good thing if it's done correctly and in the right areas. But I feel that the significant density increase in this area would impact some issues that we currently know we have, and that is particularly Midland. That's it.
Thanks, Kathy. Steve?
You know, I'm certainly sensitive to our housing situation in Glenwood. And I'm constantly looking for the right project at the right place. This particular project, though, and I have every respect for our code, our zoning, the R4 is transitional. It transitions out of a neighborhood into a more commercial area. I don't think that, for me, that transitions from a single-family dwelling into a 5-story apartment house. That particular R4 zone, it allows for a building height of 35 feet. I think that's probably more appropriate for that location. Yeah, like Kathy said, I'm, of course, very sensitive to the traffic along Midland, and until we get some other solutions for that, we currently have a moratorium in place that I know that Craig's not subject to, but there's a reason that we've done that. We have infrastructure issues along there, and certainly I, of course, have to give consideration to my constituents and my neighbors down in that area. They deserve better than to have a 5-story apartment complex jammed in next to their single-family dwelling. I think that if this was brought to us as to amend that annexation agreement to go to an R4, like, it probably should be an R4 and it wasn't tied to some development, you probably make a good argument for doing that. But even given that, you're still subject to that particular criteria for the R4, and this development doesn't get there for me. So everybody kind of knows where I stand on this anyway, but I felt like I had to speak to it once again.
Thank you, Steve. Is there any other comments at this point? Okay, Stephen?
I would echo some of those comments. One of the things that's a grave concern to me, which really didn't get full explication in the first go-around, is the issue of the need to put in a new sewer line. In Midland is the only logical place now to put it, which requires an easement from the city and makes a situation erupt where a stretch of Midland that is in relatively good shape right now is going to be in the same shape as the Midland from the roundabout south if this occurs, at a time when we can ill afford to put that piece of our road system at risk. Again, I have real issues with the density and with some of the size issues and the variances for the height. I just believe that it's unfortunately an annexation agreement amendment I can't really support at this time, and so that's where I stand.
Thank you, Stephen. Matt, if you want to say something, you're welcome to, or I'll jump in.
I stand on my comments from last meeting. I kind of, I'll support the annexation agreement in general. I will vote for it. I'm not going to commit on the final project, though. I mean, I don't think it's our place to do that at this time. I'm going to tie the two things together. I think we need affordable housing. I think there's enough buffer and enough mitigation here to make for a quality housing environment. Lots of folks live in different kinds of dwellings all over our community. I think that's a good thing. There are higher density apartment buildings next to single family houses. I think that's one of the things that makes Gillensburg interesting. I don't think this would be a net negative to the community. I know it's always scary to have new stuff built in your neighborhood. This is a very big footprint, big building. I find it mitigated by the fact that it is on the hillside, and kind of would like to think that it would disappear to the hillside, much like the units over in the Meadows area, which were also described by many folks as being too big. We'll hear that today. But I think if you look at what Mr. Helm proposes, I think it's probably reasonable, but I will not commit to supporting it. But I would support the annexation amendment.
Thanks, Matt. I'll go ahead and weigh in. I actually, I think, agree with most of your comments, Matt. Overall, I will support the annexation, the amendment of the annexation agreement. I'm not sure I'm committing to any position on the future development application. I want to wait and see more information related to that. I do want to make a couple of comments about some of the comments that were made. I take a little bit of offense at the comment that if you work in Glenwood, you live in a trailer park. I think that's a little bit offensive and not very true. I think everyone who sits up here works in Glenwood, and I don't know any of us who live in a trailer park. I don't think many of these young professionals that came up and spoke live in a trailer park or want to live in a trailer park. Not that I don't want to be offensive to anyone who's living in a trailer park, but anyway.
I was going to say, some of those are riverfront.
But I do agree with the perspective that the vitality of our community is it's our young professionals, our young employees, and I'm not talking, low-income people. I'm talking nurses and engineers and police and teachers. Those are the people that can't live in Glenwood Springs right now. And I agree there will be an impact to this neighborhood, and I am very sympathetic to the neighbors. I think if this project were being proposed on 23rd Street, we'd have a room full of people from 23rd Street here. If it was being proposed out in Donegan Avenue, we'd have a room full of people from Donegan Avenue here. What's that?
We did.
We did. And so, there is the NIMBY component. It's understandable. Someone else said change is scary, and it's not always pleasant. I agree we have traffic problems on Midland Avenue. I hope in my final 2 years and 3 months of being on this council to have made some effort to resolve those traffic problems. But I do agree with the perspective that ultimately I think this project is as suggested, but there's no guarantee of my future vote here, is the net, it provides a net benefit to the community. So I will go ahead and support it. Any further discussion?
Just a quick discussion. I mean, there's so much about this that I like. There's so much about the concept. I mean, obviously the affordable housing we need. There's, I wish we were seeing I wish it wasn't in this process. I mean, I'm not real psyched with the annexation tied to a conceptual, tied to to a building. I feel like we're on a second reading of a development application, and we're not, but it feels like it. But, Mr. Helm, you've made so many good arguments, if you will, for units at this site, and I'm totally good with that. The scale is just what's getting me, and if there was any way at all on that 6 acres to bring in whatever number of units pencils out that would meet that code 100%, and that would really mean the height. I mean, the height and the scale of those buildings. I don't know what that might bring us. That might bring us 30 units, it might bring us 20, it might bring us 80, I don't know. So if this were to that scale, I would give you that certainty that you asked for. So by me not wanting to vote for that is really because of the question that you've asked for. And I actually, probably 15 years ago, asked the council for that same thing. I was up there, I was like, can you guys give me some certainty before I keep going? Because I feel like I'm just spending money and spending money. As I looked over to the then city attorney, which was not Carl, and the city attorney was shaking their head like, don't do that, because that's not how this process works, which goes back to what Catherine just said. So I've actually been in your shoes many years ago trying to get that certainty so I could either stop the bleeding or move on and go do a project. So I get it. I just don't want to I personally don't want to give you uncertainty. So that's kind of where I'm at. And then I have a question for Carl.
Okay.
So the last time we were here, we continued the meeting, and we continued it maybe for a couple different reasons. One, we needed more time, but two was to keep the applicant in the process because of the moratorium that was put on.
Yeah.
Are we at a point now where this is getting an up or down vote? Because again, my situation hasn't changed in my mind, that I'm okay with this thing coming in as an R4 zone property, today's standards of R4, and bring us the project.
Right,
but I don't know that's not what we're
that's
being
not
asked.
what that's not what's in front of you. I
Right.
mean, the request by the applicant that's in front of you. We continued this after the first meeting, after the first public hearing, or first half of the public hearing that was finished tonight. We continued it when the council gave direction to staff to recraft the annexation agreement to do exactly that. Subsequently, there was discussions with the owner and with the applicant, and their request is for you to make a decision on the annexation agreement as it existed that first night.
Was that the 15th of December?
That was, and so it is, unfortunately, the packet's not numbered, but if you go in the packet, if you scroll down to it, it's the one that's got yellow highlighting on section 3. And I was just going to talk about that just for a minute so the council is reminded sort of what those Specific conditions were that we had discussed that night before you gave direction to me to draft a slightly different annexation agreement. One was that the owner would pay then current fees whenever they apply for a building permit, which means system improvement fees, water impact, water, all those things. The second was that the owner would, within 180 days of approval of the agreement, submit that development application consistent with the site plans that would be attached as Exhibit B, which were what was given to you that night. So that ties it to this site plan. And that if that changes, then they have to come back in and amend the annexation agreement again. The third thing was that the owner's development application, if it was approved, no construction would occur on or off the site that would impact traffic on Midland Avenue during the pendency of the Grand Avenue Bridge project, tentatively slated to be wrapped up in 2018. So in other words, if what they're doing is going to have a material impact during the bridge closure, they're not going to be doing it. And we have the leverage to tell them that they can't do that. And then the last one is that, and this was the owner that offered this up, pay a traffic impact fee of $750 a unit plus $500 per bedroom, with studio units being treated as a one-bedroom unit. So the minimum any unit would pay for a traffic impact fee would be $1,250 for an estimated project total at this time of $100,750. So those were the kind of 4 specific conditions related to the annexation agreement that they are requesting, both the applicant and the owner are requesting you take action on tonight.
So if this were to pass tonight and the applicant came back with a shorter building that met the 35 feet and 20 fewer units, are we starting over again because it's not the same building as what this annexation was tied to?
Yeah, and I would say that application would be subject to the moratorium. So it wouldn't even be coming in that way. It's either coming in the way it is on that site plan, or it's not coming in until you lift the moratorium in South Glenwood.
Okay.
So in a motion, should one of us be brave enough to put a motion forward? To properly cite the original conditions that were in section 3.
Yeah, I would, actually what I would cite to is, if you're inclined to make a motion, I would cite to, I move to approve or not approve an amendment to the annexation agreement in the form contained in tonight's packet. And if you want to be as specific as saying with section 3 highlighted, just so it's easy to identify, because I wish we had page numbers in the packet, but we don't.
Yeah. It's actually page 33 of, or 31 of the packet.
Of the PDF.
Okay.
So since this is an annexation agreement, and this is a negotiation, if you will, can I, if I were so inclined?
I think respectfully, they've asked for a very specific thing from
Okay,
you.
so
And
no,
I
okay.
would, yeah, I know that the inclination is to always try to fix it, but I'm not sure that's one of the things
Okay.
that's available. So I'm just,
Okay.
they honestly have just asked, this is what they want you to act on. They don't want to have an ongoing discussion. They want an answer tonight. If we're going to get into more of a back and forth, it's going to take more time. So they're really, and that's a conversation I've had with the applicant, that there's a need for closing this loop and having a decision in place one way or the other.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, is there a motion?
I would move to approve the,
Amended and restated
annexation
annexation agreement?
in the form contained on page 31 of the packet.
32 of the packet.
32 of the packet. sorry.
31 and 32, I think.
I would move, make a motion to mimic exactly what Carl just said. I've been up here 7 years and 9 months, and I finally figured out the easiest way to make motions. Get your attorney to phrase it and then say so stated. So.
Copy and paste.
So I would move to approve the annexation request.
Amended annexation.
Amended and restated annexation agreement.
Amended and restated in a form contained in tonight's packet, highlighted in section 3 on page 32 of the PDF.
Right. The entire agreement
The
with the
entire
highlighted
agreement.
section that's in it. just for identification purposes.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second? No, I think I understand it. Is there a second?
Second.
So can I ask another question to Carl? I don't mean to be confusing and to keep going back to this, but by supporting this annexation agreement, so we now have a motion and second on the table, although you may not be supporting that building today, you actually are supporting that building today.
Well, what you're doing, no, what you're saying is that you are amending the annexation agreement strictly for the purposes to allow, within 180 days, that site plan to be formally submitted as a major development permit to the city of Glenwood Springs. That's effectively what you're saying. And that if it is something other than that, this agreement doesn't apply to it and the moratorium does apply to it.
If it comes back to us in the next 180 days in any other shape or form,
It doesn't come back to you because we're not accepting applications. This application was pending prior to the adoption of the moratorium.
I got you.
That's why you just wouldn't see it.
I got you.
It's frozen.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm really clear. 'Cause I don't
Right,
wanna give anybody
and the other thing is, just to be unbelievably clear, is that by voting for it, I certainly, from a legal perspective, you are not giving 50% consent to anything. You're not giving 2% or 110%. You are simply approving this annexation agreement, and that is the only authority you have to provide any commentary on this, is the approval of this agreement.
And for the record, should those 180 days go by and Mr. Helm doesn't submit, the amended annexation agreement still sticks, or does it revert back to the old?
That would actually be the only thing that I would ask for you guys to add to the agreement, is that in the second iteration of it, we had a clear reversionary clause. I would say it reverts and becomes non-operative by operation of law. If you want to include that in your motion, but it becomes ineffective if an application is not submitted within 180 days, that would be fine.
I look to you guys before I amend my motion.
What do you mean?
Just to clarify that this agreement goes away in 180 days if an application isn't
If
submitted.
we approve this and then the applicant does not submit an application within 180 days, then basically this becomes null and void. For all practical purposes, we go back to, reverts back to where it is today.
Yeah, with the conditions of
All the conditions that are there.
78, right.
agreement.
Yeah. Just for clarity's sake.
How do you guys feel about that?
I'm support that, and I think that's important. Because otherwise you got an annexation agreement that's like stuck.
Right.
There's no way he can.
Yeah,
comply
it
with
doesn't, you can't, it's not effective, and that's why I said it really, if that condition isn't met, in my mind, by operation of law, it's no longer effective and you've reverted back, but it would be good to include that expressly in the agreement as well as in the motion.
I would like to amend my motion to include a reversionary clause. Is that even a word?
That is.
Big words.
It takes 4 years to learn that.
It's only 3.
Word of the day. So if the second with a
Is there, does the second support, is there a second for that amendment?
Second.
All right,
Thank
so
you.
we have an amended motion and a second on the amendment to approve the amended and restated annexation agreement as included on page 31, 32, and 33, and 34 of our packet with the highlighted sections, highlights on section 3. Is there any further discussion? Let's go ahead and call the question.
truly don't know where this is going.
Trogger, no. McKinney, yes. Davis, no. Gamba, yes. Leahy, no. Stettler, yes. Burgundy, no.
We're seeing it go back and forth.
Motion failed.
Yeah, that's.
It makes a nice pattern on the board.
That's one of the more interesting bits I've seen.
Is there, anybody want?
So that motion failed. I mean, there's.
Yeah, you wouldn't have to take action. I think to clear up the record, I'd like to have somebody make a motion to deny and move on.
Okay.
In planning item 33-16, a request for amendment to the annexation agreement.
Excuse us, I can't hear up here. Thank you.
First Baptist Church and conceptual review of Midland Lofts major development permit proposal. I move to deny the amendment for the annexation agreement.
And I'll second that with the quick discussion that I just did not want to give any type of false hope, because I've been on that side of it, and false hope means you're spending money for the possibility of a no, and I just couldn't do that, so I'll second that motion.
And I would agree. I would just, I would just encourage whomever, whether it's Mr. Helm or someone else who develops that property, to really come back, at some future point after the moratorium is lifted with a project that fits in the community a little, or into that neighborhood a little better.
Fits the zoning.
Well, I'd like to think that there's an R4 project that would fit that zoning, that wouldn't need any variances, and
Well,
especially not a height or size
And
or
there
scale
are
variance.
creative ways to do that.
Yeah, I would hope there is, but my understanding is probably be when this council is not sitting here.
Yeah, it will be a different group of you guys that
So,
reviews the next
The
development.
three of you guys are off the hook. So we have a motion and a second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to deny the amended and restated annexation agreement. Any further discussion? Let's go ahead and call the question.
Trogger, yes. McKinney, no. Davis, yes. Gamba, no. Leahy, yes. Stecker, yes. Burton, yes. Motion passes.
All right, so moving on. We have agenda item 23, resolution 2017-7, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Glen Springs, Colorado, authorizing and supporting the submission of an energy and mineral impact. Please take the discussions out in the hallway. Yeah, I was a little offended by that. Yeah, it was kind of ridiculous. If we work in Glenwood, trailer crash. Oh, I know I am, but only on the inside. All right, so we are here to discuss Resolution 2017-7. Basically, it's a resolution supporting the submission of an Energy and Mineral Impact Assistance Fund grant application to the Colorado Department of Local Affairs to assist in the funding for equipping 2 transit buses with compressed natural gas engines.
Yes. So we already have a grant application in for the buses themselves. The grant application actually includes CNG additions to those 2, what would be 30-foot buses. We are uncertain, how much we will be awarded. We're hoping for at least the buses, the diesel buses. And if, we receive a grant from CDOT for the diesel buses plus the CNG upgrade, we would likely accept the DOLA grant for the CNG upgrade and allow CDOT to reduce their grant award for the buses themselves. This project was recommended by our grant administrator with DOLA as being a good one to go for. And so we thought, given the uncertainty of the CDOT grant and the council's goals for, clean energy and, these types of things, that we would go for both grants and hopefully get, the CNG upgrades in one form or another, either through DOLA or through the CDOT grant.
So Terry, I have a question.
Sure.
Can we not just order a bus as a CNG bus from the outset? It has to be an upgrade? I mean, can't we approach this with one grant and say what we want to order is 2 30-foot CNG buses?
I think that's actually what we have done through the CDOT grant, is to say that we want the CNG buses, but I think CDOT has the ability, depending on how many applications they receive, to just award the buses themselves as a diesel bus.
Okay.
And not as a bus with CNG. The CNG is actually fairly expensive. It's about $53,000 in addition for each of those 30-foot coaches.
I know.
So if you guys are willing to support that, we'll go ahead and put the DOLA grant in and hope that we get the CNG upgrades in one form or another.
So is this for new buses?
No, it's actually just for the CNG upgrade
You're
with the
just
Dole.
retrofitting buses we already own?
No, we're retrofitting buses we hope to own.
So, and these are smaller buses than what is the current Ride Glenwood bus?
Yes, they're 40, well, the new ones would be 30-foot coaches. We have 40-foot coaches today.
Okay.
And
So
what's
we have a grant application in for the 2 buses, new.
Right.
Yes,
This is a grant application to make the upgrade.
yes.
I just want to make sure we weren't buying more big buses.
What's the passenger capacity of these buses? Do you know?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't really know.
I
Okay.
can tell you approximately, they're going to be about a 50-passenger bus on a 30-foot frame.
Still seems like a big bus.
Yeah, that's my question is, because I think there was an analysis, I think it was done by RAFTA.
It was, yeah,
that,
recommending the 30-foot coaches over the 40-foot coaches that we have today.
Yeah, and that most of our, I think at the peak, we might have had 20 people in one of our buses. Am I remembering that from that analysis? And so I'm supportive of the grant. I just am wondering, do we actually want to even go smaller, on the bus?
I think in an ideal world, we would have waited for our transit operations plan to be complete. But we had this limited opportunity to go for the buses themselves. And so RAFTA made a recommendation for us to go to these 30-foot coaches.
Okay.
And wasn't part of that because these particular size coaches there's longevity, there are, with the smaller, they're different, and so they don't last as long, and so, yeah, I would agree that I'd like to see some smaller buses, but
Well,
there might be some use for this.
One of the other options is, since these are transit coaches, you can also rearrange the amount of seating in the interior. So you could actually reduce the number of passengers by choosing the interior that allows for fewer people. I mean, you still have a 30-foot bus on your hands, but...
This is a completely different conversation, I am sure, but, I'll just make the point that in our discussions previously, we've talked about having buses that, could actually get off of Grand Avenue and get out into the neighborhoods and maybe service the public better that way. We currently don't even have a bus that'll run down Midland, so.
Well, they can't run down Midland because all the traffic and the potholes.
The
I don't think
calming
this-
devices, the speed bumps and so forth, and.
I don't think
I
this
really think we
excludes
need
that.
to-
This doesn't exclude the potential of getting some smaller buses to do
Yeah,
some neighborhood.
I guess I
Agree.
would say, just to put it in context, my 1999 Chevy Crew Cab long box pickup,
I've got one of those.
I know, it's 24 feet from nose to tail.
Right.
And I
30 is just like-
30 is just, but, so if you move the wheels out closer to the ends like you do on a bus, the turning radius would probably be better than the big sled.
Yeah.
So, just to put it in context, it's like having the tailgate down and a 2x4 sticking out and you're 30 feet, so.
Yeah, I was carrying 16-foot lumber today out of the back of my truck, so I did that.
Just out of curiosity, how did you get the task of working on bus grants? Don't you have other things you gotta do?
I've got to say, Tanya does all of this stuff. I am
Oh,
just,
she does.
I've been trying to let Tanya get some sleep, and so she did the first presentation, and I'm
Aren't
here
you
for
in
the second.
the engineering department, buses?
Well, Tanya's in engineering.
Oh, Tanya.
Yeah, Tanya Allen is our transportation
Yeah, she's
manager.
not under, she's not. Oh,
She
oh,
works.
there you go. I thought she was in transportation, not in
We'll get a work chart.
I just didn't know the chart, I guess.
Transportation went with engineering when we divided public works.
See, I didn't get that memo.
And now to completely digress.
It was during
I
the-
don't know why you don't come up first on the agenda so you can go home.
Actually, we were having a sidebar, and I think we've been kind of talking about some rearranging some things on the agenda so that there are things like doing, in particular, resolutions first, because there's almost never any commentary on resolutions, and you just bang them out, get them done.
We just have
Terry's
to have
got
an
a
hour and a half
family,
to talk
she's got
about buses
kids.
before Leo kicks us out.
Right.
Exactly, so exactly, we have an hour.
We got an hour and a half to talk about these
22
buses.
minutes, so,
We've got some time.
You got a tape measure, Steve? Let's see what 30
So
foot
will
looks
they
like.
run faster on CNG than they will on diesel, or?
Yeah, they'll be a lot quieter, and actually, they're very much more energy efficient, which is, why we're kind of hoping for the upgrades.
Do you need a motion?
Yes.
Or-
Yes,
okay,
please.
How are these buses going to be?
I would move to, okay, guys.
Let me call time.
I would move to approve the grant application for the Department of Local Affairs, Energy and Mineral Impact Assistant Fund grant for compressed natural gas equipped transit buses upgrade.
All right, we have a motion.
Davis got a second.
We got a motion by Kathy and a second by Steve Davis, which I think is a first, actually.
I think that was the first second.
So,
I'm usually,
all right, any further discussion? Let's go ahead and call the question.
Thank you.
Carter, yes. McKenna, yes. Davis, yes. Gamble, yes. Leahy, yes. Stecker, yes. Burton, yes. Motion passes.
All right,
Yay, team.
thank you.
Thank
what
you.
else do you have easy in that flow chart?
All the engineers.
A couple of engineers.
Engineers.
Yeah.
She needs a new administrative assistant
I
because.
do, yeah, Deborah stole my admin.
What did I do?
She stole her administrative assistant.
It was pre-negotiated.
She actually did ask.
Not with Terry.
But how can you refuse your boss when she says, wait, do you mind if I take care of it?
No, GIS is in your department.
Yes, Jenny works for me too.
And is that it? So
Yeah, transportation.
Tanya, and I'm trying to think of GIS.
Matt and Jessica both.
Well, Matt, both, yeah, but who's the GIS?
Jenny Koenig,
Jenny.
yeah,
Jenny
GIS,
Okay, okay.
yeah,
I just didn't realize you had.
If I lose this,
yeah. Sort of. Tanya handles it.
Thank you, Terry.
Thank you. All right, so we're up to council reports on boards, committee, and commission meetings. Anyone have anything they want to report?
I'll go first.
Go ahead, Dale.
Just to reiterate my idea this morning, that I would encourage you guys moving forward, whether it happens before I leave council or not, to reconsider how you do this portion of it. Segue into, I went to the River Commission meeting 2 weeks ago, and I gotta tell you, there's a line item in our budget of $50,000 for the river trail system. And a discussion started about, well, what are we using with that $50,000 over here? And to be honest, I couldn't really give them a solid answer. Poor Trent, who just kind of inherited the River Commission, didn't have enough history to be able to give a good answer. So I'm warning you that Jeremy might be on the warpath.
I am going to reach out and try to talk to him before the warpath hits.
So he doesn't want the money?
Well, no.
That's more money.
Okay, so in one of the original A&I votes, I believe it was 92, 91, there was money that was specifically carved out for river trails. When Steve and Matt and I first came on the council, we were still trying to negotiate the Atkinson Ditch Trail. And when it finally got all worked out, all the pieces fell into place, all the money to build it came out of that portion of the River Trails Fund. And in fact, there were years that came afterwards where nothing was allocated because they had used up so much funding. I think it was about 2013 that $50,000 started showing back up in our budget. I was at a loss to say what we're using that $50,000 a year for. His big contention is back, and I think there might be a copy of it right there, the River Trails Master Plan right behind the captain. When that was originally adopted, it was presented to the council that you could finish this in 3 to 4 years. It never got finished, and Jeremy's big bone of contention is that we have not honored the voters' will by not finishing that master trails plan.
We just had a new election.
Sounds to me like we ought to use part of that $50,000 for sedatives.
Well, I tried several times over and over because his big angst was that we left out the river trails this time. And I tried so many times in so many different ways to get across to him that no, we just left the language a little bit more broad, and we should still be able to
Are they, I mean, I've been told, and granted, I will admit, I haven't looked at that map, but I've been told that with the Atkinson Trail, we now completed every trail on that map. Is that not true?
There's one missing link.
Yeah, there's a few gaps, but.
And that's when you get to the end of the Atkinson Trail at 27th Street, you now then have to go across 27th Street and through an industrial area to get back to.
So you want the piece of the bridge that keeps going down along the river and comes back
They
around
want another
Parkinson's?
bridge. Yeah.
Okay.
That's one of the things we looked at, remember when we talked about relocating the pedestrian?
Yeah.
That is one section. Now, another section that kind of got his dander going was, do you remember the discussion in front of Iron Mountain Hot Springs with that trail that was going to go to nowhere?
We were just talking about that.
He was upset that the River Commission was never even consulted on whether or not we should keep that piece as part of his approval.
Isn't he beyond his term limit?
We never committed.
Well, you know, that is true. He is. But that's another issue. So what I'm getting at is the River Commission is really interested in revisiting the Master Trails Plan and updating it so that we can say, yes, we've done this, we haven't done that, and so forth. And they want something to do. They need something to do.
Well, that's kind of my question, I guess, for them, and maybe you can impart this to the River Trails Commission. Since we finished the can't think of the name of it, I just said it to you a minute ago, the trail down by the Atkinson, I was thinking sort of the the Atkinson Canal Trail. We finished that, what, 2-3 years ago? What have they done in the River Trails Commission meetings for the last 2 or 3 years?
Well,
I mean,
That was my point this morning.
That was the discussion, because I'll admit, it got a little heated with Jeremy and I. And I didn't go there, but to be honest with you, they haven't done anything.
if they, I mean, when the Transportation Commission feels strongly about something, we put together a concept and we, either ask the council liaisons to the Transportation Commission to bring it back, or they do it themselves through a letter or something. And I would encourage I've been wondering that myself. I'm a proponent of trails in this community. I want to see more trails. I think I've thought of a whole bunch of different trails. Granted, I know we can't build them all tomorrow, but if you don't have a plan, you're never going to build them.
Right.
And so I can think of probably 10 different trails that I think, oh, that'd be a cool connection. That'd be great right there. And I'm not on the River Trails Commission, but
I'll be honest with you, they really haven't done a lot, but river cleanups and a lot of, that's their major thing. And that's a really good thing.
Yeah.
And there are really good people on there that are there because they want to contribute to this and that they know that the rivers are part of our identity. I suggested to them that if they want to do something, then they need to push the update of that trails plan. That sparked a discussion. And this is kind of a warning for you guys, just so you know it's coming, they want to put out an RFP, or RFQ, I get the two mixed up, one of those RF things.
to hire a consultant to do that plan.
Right.
No, and here's my response to that, because, they live in this town. How is some consultant from Denver gonna know where is a better location for trail than the people who live in this town? They can do the damn plan themselves. If they need someone to draft it, we can,
I have asked,
that's my
once we
personal
get
opinion.
our director in place.
But not a strong one.
I don't have a strong one.
If I may.
I'm tired of us spending $50,000 on a study that sits on a shelf and does nothing. I'd rather we use our volunteers to do the study and then spend the $50,000 implementing the study. That would be my preference.
If I may.
I'm just stop waffling.
I've asked community development who oversees the river trail system. We talked, should it go to parks or should it stay with community development? Community development wants to keep it.
Okay.
Trent wants to update the plan. When we have a director, hopefully, community development will work with them to update the plan, do the checklists, they've already been told, but I didn't want to overburden them right now when they are drowning.
Oh, for sure. Well, and, you know, the other thing is, it occurs to me, is that they don't lift their heads up very high. They could get involved if they wanted to in the next section of the LOLA effort, which is right here in town, which is close to the river and is a trail that's gonna have great impact with regard to the relationship between the trail and the river. Would they be able to help us develop a plan for how to use that Lower Chatfield property as a park and develop some kind of an idea of what it ought to look like, so that, I mean, there's a lot of things they can do.
Yeah.
And I think their focus has been like this.
Well, and I'd be very careful here, because I don't want to sound disparaging, but I think when we don't have turnover in our commissions, sometimes they can get stagnant, and I think this might be one of those cases.
Well, I will add one other thing, and I really think this going forward, it would serve all of you really well. I think there ought to be regularly scheduled work sessions with each of these commissions, because that's one way you root this out, or you encourage it to move forward, or you kind of give
Yeah, you agree to
push.
stop.
Well, and to that end, actually, they've requested a work session with the council before I leave council. So, I don't know.
If we can fit it in the schedule.
If we can.
I would be supportive of that. And Kathy raised that issue of having work sessions with each board and
Yeah,
commission.
yeah,
And I think it's important because
We
we
do.
do need to get them, we either need to make them functional or quit wasting people's time.
Or,
Just
right, or get rid of
kill
them.
and-
Yeah.
You know,
And I may be completely wrong, but it sure seems like to me that there is so much redundancy between parks
Well,
and
there-
rivers.
And that's
And
the other
that
And I don't know
thing.
why you don't combine the two of them, because
That came up.
you
at-
can't fill either of them.
Yeah, that came
with-
up at the meeting that I went to for you at Parks and Rec. And actually the Parks and Rec Commission said, why are we separate? What's River Trails doing? And why are we not working together? Because we have some common interests and some common, they were assuming.
Well, it's all
goals.
a park.
I suggested that there needs to be some sort of delineation, because, think about it this way, when the Atkinson Ditch Trail was paved, prior to that, it was a River Trails effort, River Trails money, but once it's built, the maintenance goes over to parks.
Yeah.
So, I think defining specifically what is a bike trail that's maintained by parks, and what is an actual trail? And
Sounds like they need to put these things together, and I probably we should talk
Well,
about this.
they at least need to work together, you know.
And I think they really want to, when there's a lot of really passionate people there.
And there's a crossover among a lot of our commissions, because even Transportation Commission gets involved in trails, because, we want to see these various connections to the Rio Grande Trail for transportation benefits. you know.
And then P and Z has,
and, yeah.
they have both transportation and parks and trails have an impact
So I
there.
just mainly wanted to warn you guys, and I wanted to warn you that he wants to know where that $50,000 is being spent.
It goes into the offshore account.
I would suspect it's, yeah, exactly.
Mostly,
That's the
I would
council
think maintenance,
Tahiti
well, I know
fund.
Jeff wrote last year. I know this is not really pertinent to the argument, but we are no longer tied to the previous ANI.
No, it's worth pointing out, and, you can only say the same thing so many different ways before you just walk away.
Yeah, I will reach out to him and see if I can calm him
These
down.
two boards and commissions, though, have a hard time filling their seats. And if
And
you
they
actu-
often don't have a quorum.
Yeah, and if you actually held them to their limits, their members, you're gonna lose some. And you could easily combine them and actually have a seated quorum.
Right.
That makes much
And
more sense
maybe
to
a
me.
more
I make
effective.
a motion to that? No.
Whatever you'd like to do. If it'll get us out in the next 8 minutes.
Where would you go?
Well, we got an hour and 8 minutes before.
I can make it really quick on my report.
Go ahead, Stephen.
And again, I think it would be good to have a work session with the Historic Preservation Commission. They have a fully developed work plan for 2017, and I think it would be very instructive for all of you to know what their focus is and what they're looking at, because they are involved ancillarily with a lot of the issues around the bridge and the finishes and the wayfinding, and they're very concerned about a lot of those things, and we're beginning to develop some real efforts to identify and landmark buildings in the core downtown. I will share with you something that I shared with them on Monday night. I had, after the last city council meeting, I had a significant conversation with Jonathan Gorst, who owns the Riviera. He is in consultation and conversation with the new leadership group at the Eagles, and they are amenable to him looking at raising the funds necessary to renovate the Opera Theater in the upstairs of the Eagles building, which will give us another performance venue in Glenwood. It's a huge opportunity to revitalize an asset that is sitting idle.
Can they also revitalize their front bar room
Well,
area?
you know, I'm sure there'll be some discussion about that, Michael, but the fact is, this is a really historic place. In 1903, the John Philip Sousa Band played in that venue. You know, it has some history that's really pretty vibrant in the early years of the city of Blue Springs.
Who's wanting to do that?
Jonathan Gorst.
The Riviera.
The piano guy at the Riviera.
Oh, she owns that. You know, some rock and some roll.
Yeah.
Anyway, you know, these are the things that are going on, and so those kinds of discussions, I think, would be really helpful. It's one thing for me to come and tell you these things, but when you talk to them as a group, you get the flavor of how committed they are to what they're doing, and you have a really good historic preservation.
Who's the chairman?
Huh?
Who's the chairman of the Historic Preservation Commission?
Ron, the veterinarian.
I know who you're talking about. I can't think of his last name, but yeah.
He's the chair. And Gretchen, of course, is the staff member, and she's superb at this. So, you know, you have a really vibrant commission.
Stephen,
The other thing I
would-
was involved in was Route Water and Power Authority, and of course, since I'm going to be leaving council shortly, we've begun to talk about a transition there because I'm the current president of the board, so we'll be working on that transition. We also have been very active. We have sent a letter to the White River National Forest, the Scotts Fitzwilliams, with regard to the 2 parcels that are being proposed to be sold at the old tree farm. To try to ensure that the lower parcel at the river's edge is sold to someone who is willing to put it into a conservation easement and leave it in the public domain, public access, because it's a splendid stretch of the river, and it houses, or is home to a lot of wildlife and gives fishermen great access to that stretch of the river. It's right across the river from Rock Bottom Ranch, so if you know where Rock Bottom Ranch is, it's right across the river. It's a great little quiet parcel, so we're working on some issues along the river corridor, and we're in the process of redefining our mission, because we have now completed our mission in terms of the sale of water in Root Isles and impoundment. So
Which raises a issue that Carl and I briefly discussed a week or so ago. After a council member leaves council, if they are so willing, what?
I'd have to take a look like at Root Water and Power, whether it has to be an elected official, but if you wanted to, I was going to say stick, but request Stephen with a continuing appointment, and if you were interested, I'd have to take a look at that, but I think there might be some instances like that. Because Stephen, we were talking about the fact that you're very integrated in sort of all the water things that are going on in town, and that your knowledge and background is incredibly valuable, and if there were ways to keep you involved, we'd like to tap you to do that if you had an
I would
interest.
say up front, I'd be very happy to do that. It would be a great honor for me to do that.
Great.
I have a great, deep and abiding interest in water, because I have water that I have to manage and take care of and protect, and so I would be very honored to do that.
Goes in the beer you drink.
Yes,
Stephen, I was just going to say, I looked at, as I was looking through some commission things, and I stumbled across the historic preservation work plan, and that's really a model. I wish all of our commissions and boards could see that, and because that was a really great document.
I'm very proud of them. They have.
Very good, very good.
They've really done a good job.
Yeah, that's very good.
Yeah, the Transportation Commission, we didn't have a meeting in January, but I don't think we ever discussed the one in December. And when we put that long-range transportation plan together a year ago, I believe, the idea was that we didn't want it to be one of those plans that sits on a shelf and gathers dust. So the Transportation Commission is in the process of actually updating that plan. There's a couple things we can check off. We've done this, we've reprioritized this, and this, and so they are actually moving forward with that issue. What else did we do in the December Transportation Commission meeting?
I'd have to look at my
I
notes.
can't
don't
remember.
have it.
There were, you know, I think the Transportation Commission, maybe they're not as organized as your Historic Preservation Commission, but I think they're a very functional committee.
Well, you have good folks on there.
Yeah.
Get to DDA.
I was just not sure if it's like the time to mention that or not, about the Cushman King lot purchase.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's aware, is everybody aware that that has closed?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, hey Deborah, should I mention the discussion about timing on that, or should we talk about that a little bit more internally first?
I would say internally first.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I thought. But anyway, the DDA did get the Cushman King lot purchased so that the alley can move forward.
That's
And
great.
I believe Terry's taken charge of that alley along with buses.
Yes.
So she's gonna take, and I think in 2017 here, we're gonna get that alley cleaned up, right?
We're looking at hiring Derek, potentially, who was working with us
Okay.
on the 7th Street
Yeah.
to
To
expand, because you're doing some work. And
kind of sub that out there.
I don't think it's going to be perfectly easy. We're going to hit challenges, so
Oh, yeah.
we're hoping to do
Yeah.
it by,
So
you know,
want
by
highway
fall
consultants.
of this year.
Anything perfectly easy.
No.
Anyway, it's exciting to have a whole, that alley
Yeah.
has a chance now to be a walking corridor, which is what was contemplated from the very beginning of the Grand Avenue Bridge. So that is kind of the big news, that that's gonna get to move forward.
I, in a celebratory fashion, went over and cut down with for sale sign.
Did you?
Yeah.
And left it there, I hear.
It's not my sign. I thought maybe Cushman would come looking for his sign.
He needed a
In
place
Southern
to,
So,
California.
yeah, I just.
Left it
he
there.
needed a place to put a cigarette out.
You did go for it.
Should've done research.
I attended the Raptor Board meeting, which was a lot of fun. Well, that was the lot of fun part. You know, there was a discussion, Deborah came and attended. There was an agenda item, Kathy was there. There was an agenda item to discuss the upcoming review of the access control plan. We explained to them that we've spent the last 9 months preparing our own draft of the access control plan. Dan Blankenship explained to the board, you know, that it does take a unanimous vote, and that we weren't willing to support the prior version, and so we wrote our own version, and that they are in the process of reviewing it with their staff and their attorneys, and we're okay on about 60% of the issues, maybe? Is that a fair assessment?
I would say even like 80.
I'd say probably 80% of the issues.
80?
There are a couple of things that, like I said, part of that I might get clarity when I'm down at SHPO on Friday next week. Doing some research on that as well, that got added into this draft for the first time regarding the eligibility for designation as a historic landmark, I guess, and whether or not that's actually a regulatory statement, which I don't believe it is. I think it's just a statement, but it doesn't carry any particular weight unless RAPTA wants to make it carry weight, which is seemingly what they want to do. which would effectively mean you couldn't do anything to the corridor.
You could never change the grade.
Yeah. The response from some of our Up Valley neighbors was predictable, but not real, what's that? Yeah, they weren't overly pleased, I think. So we'll see where that goes. You know, the bottom line is we're not going to approve an access plan that adds another $15 million to another city project, you know, which is what it did Southbridge. So,
In its most basic form, using this as a land control.
yes,
tool.
and that was
That's wrong.
that point was raised, and it was I think met with a bit of derision by Upper Valley, but you know, regardless, you know, there was that's where we're at. What else do we talk about there? They're continuing their what is that plan that Ralph Trapani is working on?
Yeah, I don't remember.
It's a integrated transportation systems plan.
Yes.
There we go.
Yeah.
And it's supposed to be valley-wide. At the RAFTA retreat, I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago, we were told by the state demographer that in 20 years, 65% of the ridership of RAFTA will reside west of Newcastle. And to me, that tells me that we need to incorporate, 20 years is not too far out in a long-range transportation plan. We need to incorporate their transportation needs into this plan, even though they are not currently part of RAFTA. And so there was a lot of discussion about that. And again, the same Up Valley communities feel that unless they join RAFTA, we're not going to study one iota of their issues. And I explained that I think there's a perspective in the lower, you know, Colorado, or, you know, Valley communities that that it is not to their advantage to collect taxes to send their residents up Valley to a job. It's if the Upper Valley communities need employees, it's to the Upper Valley community's benefit. That also was not really.
You're not only ruffling
feathers. How'd that go over?
Making friends.
I didn't get shot on the way out because they don't believe in guns. So.
The rest of the council are really nice guys. I'm not our council.
I'm the pit bull.
I'm the problem.
You got it.
The rest of these guys don't buy into any of this.
That's why we put you there in the first place.
So anyway, so all in all, it was a really enjoyable meeting. So.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah. Yep.
Did Deborah stay in the car with the car running?
Yeah.
They surprisingly invited me to the table, which I was not expecting. RAFTA did, so they could.
The kids' table.
All right. Any other reports, or do we get out of here?
So Steve and I attended the 7th Street open house. There were more people here than I've seen for a while,
Good.
so it was a good turnout.
Yeah, that was a good turnout.
I did not get that on my calendar. So that was something I was thinking about. When we have these kinds of open housey things, can we get somebody just to send us an appointment reminder? Not that it's mandatory that we go, but that way it shows up on our.
There are just so many things.
It
that are
shows up
missing.
on our
Yeah.
calendar in the right place, because sometimes I'm trying to do it on my phone and I end up getting AM instead of PM, and so. It's like,
I have one question just by way of catching up. Was there any kind of a hard copy presentation made by 6th Street Committee
No.
at the meeting? Okay.
Just what was in the packet.
Okay.
If you mean like by major events, yes.
Small that is?
Like open houses.
Like open houses.
Yeah, yeah.
Do we have anything
me to put everything on your
I don't know.
calendar.
Yeah,
It'd
but
be
even
a
if
bit
we
much.
could put those on the city calendar, if they're not, I don't know.
I unfortunately
They have
have
been.
to
That one
eat
was,
at
'cause I
8
looked
in
it
the
up.
morning, so.
That one was?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
All right, so we're done.
I was confused.
Yay.
And it was here, not at the library.
I know you're trying to squeeze every last moment out of these last few meetings, Leo.